are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টার্ন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
we are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars, but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months' formation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however,
we are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
So we are live now. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so welcome to the day 2 of 4th edition of Health Tech, presented to you by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Medica Super Specialty Hospital. So we have a team from Frost & Sullivan speaking, sharing their insights on Korea's K-Quarantine ICT Solution 2020. We have with us Mr. Sejun Park, Country Head, Korea, Frost & Sullivan, and member of Advisory Committee, KOTRA, that is Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency. Dr. Manuel Theodet, Associate Director, Frost & Sullivan from Tokyo, and Mr. Sejun Park is from Seoul. And Mr. Kshitij Trans, ICT Head, Frost & Sullivan from Kuala Lumpur. With this, I would request Dr. Manuel Theodet to please take the session forward.
Thank you, Agana. Let me share my screen. So, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to talk to you about the Korea's K-Quarantine ICT Solution 2020. But before that, I would like to invite Mr. Sejun Park to make a quick introduction word. So Mr. Sejun Park is a Korea head of Frost & Sullivan and a trusted advisor to Korea organization and public sectors agencies. His focus is not only to support foreign companies looking to get into Korea, but also to support international expansion of trusted Korean technologies. Sejun, hand over to you.
Thank you, Manuel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm truly honored to be here today, joining virtually from Seoul, to be given the opportunity to present Korea's K-Quarantine ICT solution. Korea was one of the first countries hit by COVID-19, with its first case recorded in January 2020. And only a month after, we have witnessed over 900 cases infected. However, we have been very successful in handling the crisis in the early stage, where we were able to quickly flatten the curve down to around 100 cases in March. So how can Korea have done it? We have, as a country, a particular strategy towards this. The key basic principle has been openness, transparency, and fully keeping the public informed, which has been enabled by the technology, and this helped Korea in keeping lower fertility rates. So we were about 0.7% compared to global average of 3.4%. So by successfully implementing K-Quarantine ICT solution, which is based on test, trace, and test epidemic prevention structure, we could have well responded to the crisis, which enabled us return to normal condition without a complete lockdown. This success is largely due to extensive deployment and usage of technology solutions to trace infections and to reinforce self-quarantine in suspected or early stage cases. COVID-19 is not just about us, because we are a country that is highly interdependent with the rest of the world. So we want to keep the doors open with all countries. We hope sharing our experience and our approach not only informs other countries dealing with COVID-19, but also lead to a greater international collaboration. Even beyond COVID-19, that can come also around next time. Frost & Sullivan has been appointed and authorized by the Korean government for the purpose of supporting Korea's K-Quarantine ICT solution and initiating the discussion globally. So please feel free to reach out to us for any further discussion for our next steps together. Thank you once again for inviting us to 4th edition of Healthcare Virtual Conclave. I hope everyone in this event and all India to stay safe and strong. Thank you. So over to you, Manuel.
Thank you, Sejun. So my talk today will be about the presentation of K-Quarantine ICT Solution 2020, as you already understood. I want to show you, to talk about that solution, what it is, where it comes from, explain the benefits and rationales behind that solution, and then we'll see together how we can implement that solution if you were interested, and what would be the next step between you and the Korean government. Sorry. So Korea is at the state of the art for what is related to smart city related technologies. And they have been developing, using that knowledge that they have developed for smart cities to create that K-Quarantine ICT Solution 2020 that enabled the country to master the automation of epidemiologic investigation process, which were successful in decreasing the spread of COVID-19 by using high technology such as artificial intelligence to collect, to process, to analyze a huge volume of data. The idea behind the Korean government is to keep four key principles. The first one being no lockdown, and that is a principle that helped the Korean economy to to stay relatively healthy during the year 2020. There is a transparency where the government makes available the data that they have regarding the spread of the COVID-19, as well as the different response and measures that they have implemented. The civic engagement where the citizens is actively proactive and participating in the measures and the solution, and the creativity as well related to smart city technologies that has been enabled to provide a flexible and a quick response to the spread of COVID-19. The solution that Korea is introducing to you today, the K-Quarantine ICT Solution 2020, is made of 3 different modules. The first module is the Korean Epidemiological Investigation Support System, which is a big data analytic-based system using artificial intelligence to predict the clusters of high risk of contamination by the virus, but also the movement of this virus by the quick analysis of huge volume of data provided by the infected people. There is a QR code-based module registry system in the second module, where the health authorities can quickly identify when someone is detected as risk, the places where he has been visited, and then inform other people that have been visiting those places, and therefore quickly give a response and quickly get those people at risk, who have been at risk, quickly get them tested and, if necessary, quarantine. Which brings me to the third module, which is an application for the self-quarantine monitoring that help the authorities to make sure and to enforce the self-isolation. So the person in self-isolation will have the opportunity to provide their health condition through the app to the authorities. And thanks to GPS-based location tracking, the authorities will get to know if the self-isolation is being violated and act consequently. So some of the real impact and noticeable impact of this solution for South Korea came from the shorten of the time that it usually takes for the analysis of the movement of confirmed cases. When originally it was a manual analysis that could take up to 24 hours. And in such a situation as an epidemic, we know that time is of utmost importance. This automatic analysis could decrease the answer of the authorities to 10 minutes only, which helped a quick response and an efficient isolation of the places at risk and of the people that have been contaminated. It also facilitates by computerization and digitalization, it also facilitates the interaction between the different authorities and make real information accessible real time between the different organizations, all in the objective to reduce the the response time to the epidemic and the spread, to tackle the spread as quickly as possible. So now I want to that was a good benefits, but I want to go to some more benefits and rationale, and maybe you already have some question in mind regarding that solution. And we identified five, let's say, five important points of the use of the K-quarantine solution. The first, of course, is the reduction of the stress on the frontliners and on the investigation officers, thanks to the automation and the quick analysis of huge amount of data using artificial intelligence and the prediction that this artificial intelligence can provide. And that's reducing the workload of investigation officers, but also it helps to relevantly answer the cases that are identified and protect the frontliners. It also helped to enforce a strict self-quarantine, thanks to the application that I was talking just a bit earlier, with a real-time monitoring and management of the person that are self-isolating, and an alert given to the authorities if this self-isolation was to be violated. But why such a strict self-quarantine is to keep the society open. And the combination of all those modules enables to estimate precisely where is the cluster, where are the place of infection at risk, and to isolate those places rather than isolating an entire city or an entire country. And also to quickly identify the people that have been at risk, to inform them and to take them in charge. There is also, since very recently, an add-on for the vaccine monitoring and the tracking of people that have been vaccinated. It goes, of course, beyond COVID-19. COVID-19 is the 2 days issue challenge, but this solution can be applied to any type of epidemic that would come in the near future. Let's expect not, but it could be applied to any pandemic. And also, very, very important point, and I know in India it can be very sensitive, is the privacy and the data privacy. So it is equipped with a very strong, very robust authentication technology to block any intrusion, and the entire system is made that any logging is registered, which prevent misuse of personal information, but also only authorized people from healthcare authorities are allowed to access those data by law. So there is a very strong concern from the Korean citizens and government as well to protect the privacy of its citizens. So this is something that the government has been taking into account. So now, what happened if the countries is candidate to this solution? Well, Korea will come and work hand to hand with you and with your government for a smooth implementation of the technology solution. First, there will be we will ensure that the infrastructure of the country is ready to welcome this solution, making sure that everything is already in place, or the equipment is ready for the implementation of the solution. We could also make sure that the solution could be integrated in the system that already exists in the country. Make sure that the law and regulation of the country authorize the collection and utilization of personal data in the specific case of an epidemic, and that we would have the cooperation from data providers such as telecom companies or credit card providers. So Korea is providing a customization and localization of its solution to the country that is candidate, to make sure that, for example, the language or the notifications are adapted to the country where who has been purchasing the solution. They also provide a system manual and a system training session, and they also provide consulting from their epidemiological investigation team. The cost that would not be covered by the government, but which is still optional, is the integration in their existing system. And last but not least, the hardware requirements. So the country must make sure that the minimum hardware required to implement the solution is available in the country. If it is necessary to acquire new hardware or additional hardware, that will be a charge of the country itself. But there's a very good reason behind that, is that all the data that will be stored in servers in the country, and they will stay in the country, they are not going to Korea, if that could be of any issue in your mind. So now that you know a little bit more about the technology, this is the main information. What would be the next step between you and between us? Well, if you are interested in that solution and to know more about it, we would be glad to go for a private conversation, private meeting with you to introduce more in detail the solution, and to set a meeting between you and KEA from the government, the Korean government. The next step would be naturally the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Korean government and your government, and further would be the signing of a contract with the same government entities. So I want to thank you for the time and for the opportunity to introduce that solution. And again, if you want to know more about that solution, you can contact us, Mr. Sejun Park, Mr. Kshitish Chitrans, or myself. We at Frost & Sullivan will be very happy to go more in detail with that solution with you. Thank you for your time. Maybe we have some questions.
Yes, we do have. I'm not very sure whether this is relevant to this from the audience. What is silo effect? Is it relevant? Would you be able to take it up?
Silo effect. I'm not sure I talked about that.
Okay. So
do we have a context for that question?
Okay, never mind. So what we do is, in case you were through with the presentation, we can wait a couple of minutes for questions, and in the meantime, if you would like to communicate, share some more insights, you may please do. And is there any information you would like to share about supply chain distribution of vaccine?
So we are not working for the vaccine yet. It's not for the supply chain. The solution would be to help identifying people who have already been vaccinated and facilitate their access or facilitate their movement in the city, and make sure that they are not potential risk for the rest of the population, which could be very interesting at the during the campaign of vaccination, since as we know, there's only certain part of the population that are first vaccinated, and it will take several months to get to the herd immunity. So that is a good solution to also make sure that there is no risk from the people that are visiting your place or that are going around the city.
And going forward with the new normal, how do you think that ICT solutions? Mentioning this beyond the COVID situation. How do you think this ICT solutions may help in bringing minimum contact or contactless healthcare delivery? Is there any insight you would like to share on that?
So this solution is more about identifying the place that are at risk, and the people that have been contaminated, if they have been in contact with other people. So it's more prevention and a reaction to potential risk. Besides the use of the QR code to help also identify places that could become at risk because someone confirmed infected would have visited the place. It's not meant to provide contactless type of technology or to provide a new normal, and it's supposed to be activated only in the case of a pandemic. But the Korean government, and through Kaya as well, is working and has a lot of technologies related to smart cities. And with the Society 5.0 coming around, many solutions have been thought to provide this contactless type of new normal. And and the Korean government is of course working on solutions that are going that way, but they are not part of that K-quarantine package, which is really meant for the tackling of the pandemic itself and not for the afterlife.
And what about the security of the data? Which is being amalgamated. Could you talk about the security aspect?
So for the security of the data, they are using the top first there is the regulation. So there is a specific law that enables the government, in case of pandemic, to access to private data and to use them in aggregated way to identify places at risk, etc., etc. And only persons that are authorized can log in the system, and there is a registration of the log which prevent the misuse of those data, because everything is registered. Also, data they are suppressed after a certain time, and they are not kept in the memory of the system over 14 days, which is the time that is corresponding to the quarantine.
I'm going to add to what Dr. Manuel mentioned. So the data in this case, is hosted in the target country. So in this particular case, it will be hosted in India, right? It's in the servers, so the government servers, and as Dr. Manuel mentioned, the data is anonymized at the very first instance. And for example, if there is a positive case, the case is given a case ID, and then from there on, anybody who is looking at the data is only looking at the case ID. So all the private information of the citizen is protected, and only the relevant people who are supposed to know the information, for example, the healthcare authorities, get to see that information. So in that sense, the data privacy is protected. For the security of the system itself, there are robust safeguards in place so that there are anti-hacking prevention mechanisms, which ensure that once the data has been stored in the server, there are nobody can play mischief with the data which has been stored.
Okay, thank you. So, is there anything else, or shall we close the session here, because we are good with the time also?
On my side, I think we can close the session. If anybody is interested, of course, to contact us, we have on the screen, we have our contact, and I believe that BCCI will share the material with the audience after this conclave. So again, you are warmly welcome to contact us for further information and more detailed questions, and we'll be very happy to detail more this solution with you.
Yes, any queries we receive from our stakeholders, members and audience here, we will connect them with the speakers. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sejan Park, Dr. Manuel Theodoret and Mr. Kshitiz Chitrans for joining us and sharing the Korea's K-Quarantine ICT Solution 2020. So our next session, which would be panel discussion on role of technology in care, caution, prevention in normal life, would be held at 4:30 IST, which would be chaired by Dr. Rana Mehta, partner and healthcare leader, PwC, and the panelists would be Dr. Shuman Chakraborty, Institute Chair, Professor, and Sir J.C. Bose National Fellow, Dean, Sponsored Research and Industrial Consultancy, and Professor, IIT Kharagpur, Professor Shantanu Tripathi, HOD, Calcutta School of Tropical Medicine, Department of Clinical and Experimental Pharmacology, Professor Dr. Rakesh Yadav, Professor of Cardiology from AIIMS, and Dr. Deepak Nandi, MD in New York. So, looking forward to having you back at 4:30 p.m. IST on panel discussion on role of technology in care, caution, prevention in normal life. And once again, thank you to the Frost & Sullivan team sharing their insights on Korea's K-Quarantine ICT Solution 2020. Whatever queries we will get, we would connect with the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars, but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টার্ন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but The intensity of engagement from participants
introduce
has
you to Dr.
only
Anna Mehta.
strengthened
Dr.
over
Anna
these
Mehta is chairing
100
this
plus
session.
activities.
He is partner and healthcare leader of PwC.
The learnings
And Dr.
were
today
aplenty.
is joining us from New York. And
We will have to
ceremony
work
there.
in terms of
So-
taxation, in
Very
terms of
early
policies
document.
for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now, we cannot be obsessed with those big
Wonderful to
long-term
meet you.
changes. We have to worry about that very, very quickly because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country.
And
However,
so for this session, what area would you?
while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been kind of
So maybe we'll have chance for
done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit,
pandemic world
which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs
So you did
on
your
a
medicine
plethora
and then
of
you
subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience with participation climbing into several thousands.
I coincidentally studied at Calcutta.
Oh yeah? Which year?
So I passed out in 95, 88 to 90.
I was in AIMS from 1974 to 1979.
So that's a different.
I was selected for Calcutta Medical College in 1973. I remember. Those days they never used to have exams in Calcutta Medical College.
Okay.
All my friends who joined with me in Calcutta Medical College, by the time I finished my post-graduation in America and was starting my practice, they were finishing their MBBS.
No, there was. And we also lost a year, which was very unfortunate.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region. But
yeah, so I'm a
not
physician. I did my
it's not
MBBS
making the
and I've
impact
done an MBA.
because a lot
I
of
used to
this
work with the follow-up with
is G2G,
I've also spent a
government to
year in the
government.
US. I was at Mayo.
Not enough P2P, people to
I worked
people,
PwC
and certainly not enough B2B, business to business.
So one of the areas
And
obviously we work with.
relationships
PwC
today in
is
the
a
modern
huge
world are less and less about G2G.
I think India, US.
They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. To switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in the sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
Two principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
These were my teachers in my Sainik school when I was there between age 9 and 16. Sainik school, Purulia. C. Banerjee, all of these gentlemen, they were my teachers.
They all moved to the Martini after that.
Then they moved to greener pasture and Nabas. But they were great teachers, especially Mr. Farid wonderful teachers.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd. Right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent. Right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly. But in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune. And that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Very good teachers.
Life goes on.
Right, if you
Setbacks
get the right
are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কারের খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
And Dr. Tripathi is joining us. Dr. Tripathi, can you hear us? the fourth edition of Health Take of the Bengal State and Medical Super Speciality Hospital. PwC is our knowledge partner. We have Dr. Rana Mehta chairing the session today, who is partner and healthcare leader of PwC. On today's session now is panel discussion on role of technology in care, caution, prevention in normal life. As panelists, we have Dr. Shuman Chakraborty from IIT Kharagpur. He is Institute Chair Professor and Sir J.C. Bose National Fellow, Dean Sponsored Research and Industrial Consultancy, and Professor of Department of Mechanical Engineering, as I mentioned, from IIT Kharagpur. Professor Shantanu K. Tripathi, HOD, Calcutta School of Tropical Medicine and Department of Clinical and Experimental Pharmacology. Professor Dr. Rakesh Yadav, Professor of Cardiology, AIIMS, and Dr. Deepak Nandi, MD from USA. So with this, I would request Dr. Rana Mehta to please take the session forward.
No, thank you, Angana, and thank you for having me on board. It's indeed a pleasure to be chairing this session, and I'm honored to have such distinguished panelists. So I think, 2020 has actually been a momentous year for both us and the world, because, and I was just reflecting on some of the things, the year actually taught us. One of the things I think is that we always envisaged that if there was a tragedy, it would be either a war or a natural disaster, but nobody actually looked at a pandemic. So clearly we now have in India, beyond acute and chronic disease, we have a triple burden of disease. And this was a very humble assailant, a spiky ball of lipids with a little bit of RNA, which really caused a globally synchronized crisis and brought the world to its knees. It was also for the first time we realized that, healthcare can cause an economic meltdown globally. Economic meltdowns are caused by financial crises, they're caused by natural disasters, they're caused by war. But it became very apparent that we also found that, there's exponential growth of the virus, but it declines very slowly. The other thing I think is that while we looked at it from another point of view, last year has also been the year when we've had the greatest amount of disinformation and conspiracy theories. And I was reading that to some extent, we doctors are responsible. It's very difficult to explain to a person how a virus can cause such havoc. So he's likely to believe that, a billionaire probably invented it. That. So I think 2021, we should be clear of that. They say that the first casualty of war is truth. And I think the first casualty of the pandemic was trust. I think a lot of trust deficit in all countries between the scientists, the politicians, the doctors, the care providers. And we see that even lingering in as the vaccination process starts. I think the positive components of this is that, at least in India, healthcare became part of the political discourse. This is the first time, if you looked at the union budget, it started with healthcare. It normally only has a passing reference. The second component, I think, globally came out is, does healthcare actually, is it a right or is it something the government needs to provide? And more people are towards going that it's actually a right. And we will see healthcare in the forefront to drive economies globally. And finally, I think, the component of which I think why today we are now inoculating a subcontinent is the fact that the humans as a species have been so successful because of collaboration. So I think a doctor in Calcutta can speak to a doctor in Kansas and talk to him and tell him about, how the virus, but the virus can't do that. And that's why I think we humans as a race have prevailed. As I move on to the topic, I think it's very interesting because, one of the things is that we probably had a digital learning, which we would have done in 5 years, in 5 months. So either you were digitally savvy or you were left out. It also showed us that there are 3 accesses to care. One of the access to care is actually a geographical access. Do you have a hospital next to you? But 70% of India's healthcare infrastructure is limited to 20 cities. So the geographical access is weak. The second component is a financial access. Can you really afford the hospital which is next to you? And the government today, moving away from a provider to a payer, is doing exactly that. So through Ayushman Bharat, providing financial access to 500 million people. But I think in India, we're going to have a problem with both accesses because resources are constrained, number of doctors, capital, the ability of the government to pay over a large period of time to a growing number of people. So I think that comes to the most important part, that we need to look at a technological access to care. And using technology, how can access be provided? And how can access be provided where you're able to deal with most complications before they actually come to a level where morbidity and mortality increases. So I'll start with Professor Suman Chakravarti. And how do you see technology playing a role in healthcare in the coming decade? Dr.
Yeah. So thank you very much. And first of all, I express my gratitude to the BCCI and all the organizers for inviting me in this very, very illustrious panel. I see, all experts in real healthcare domain. And perhaps I am an odd person out, who is by training not a healthcare specialist, but in some way or the other, I have been into the scenario for some time. And in a way, I can give my perspective definitely of how technology is going to impact healthcare, or it has started already impacting healthcare, keeping in mind the barriers of access that you have just talked about, the geographical barrier, the economic barrier, and other relevant barriers. So if you kindly allow, I can share my presentation and talk about it briefly for about 10 minutes. And so I will just share my so I hope this presentation is visible, and if it is, I will just make it a full screen. And
sure, please go ahead.
So I would talk about the role of technology in affordable diagnostics. The role of technology in healthcare is really a very, very broad topic. And I do not have much experience with the entire scenario, the 360-degree gamut of technological intervention in healthcare. But I have some experience in affordable diagnostic technologies. And the whole perspective revolves around the issues that the moderator has just mentioned, that we have a country where large number of the healthcare amenities and facilities are there, but they are skewed only within a few cities, and majority of the population does not get access to even the basic healthcare amenities and facilities, even primary healthcare. So as argumentative Indians, we always complain and we always blame others. We say doctors do not want to go to these places and so many other factors, but we often forget about the role of technology in terms of diagnostic technologies. The conventional technologies which work in high-end labs do not necessarily work in rural environment. So to take care of these, I have seen the emergence of this kind of model, which in very simplified terminology, I say a health ATM type of a system, or a health kiosk based system, where you have a digital healthcare platform in which there is a health kiosk where there is a frontline health worker who is a minimally trained rural boy or girl, not even a school final pass out. He or she interfaces with the patient with a medical decision-making software where it does not necessarily immediately make a decision, but the data is entered, and via telemedicine, the entire data is presented to a doctor who is sitting in the big city. The doctor, if necessary, also goes through a real-time consultation with the patient via telephone, and along with the data comes up with a recommendation. So far, this model is quite effective because we have connectivity, we have software, we have a business model, we have a training model in place also for the frontline health workers, which is certified by the government. But the bottleneck comes in diagnostics, because when the doctor recommends some of the basic diagnostic tests, those are either prohibitively expensive for these people to afford. Even if they are affordable, the infrastructure is not permissible, so that those tests cannot be conducted. In addition, there are other issues because of which high-end lab tests will not work in these extreme point of care environments. So all these demand some disruptive innovations in diagnostics. The issues are that you do not get high quality power which you get in high-end labs. The environment is often hot, dusty and humid, not like a controlled lab environment. The storage and other facilities which are controlled laboratory procedures, they are not there, or even if they are there, they are available only in a centralized form. The supply chain of these materials and devices, that does not exist at all. Trained technicians are not routinely available, and of course the price sensitivity is extremely strong. So all these require a different type of diagnostic paradigm. For example, possibly substituting the automated hematology analyzer based lab tests with the point of care diagnostic test, where one can have one drop of finger pricked blood and load that on a paper strip and do some analytics based on the reactions which take part in the paper strip. The analytics are either smartphone enabled, or they may be a portable electronic equipment enabled, or they may be even computer interfaced. The whole idea is that there is a small time gap between the test and the result dissemination. The test is portable, it can be functional with limited resources, easy to handle, mass manufacturing is possible, inexpensive, infrastructure is not that much required, and these are easy to monitor. But the big question is the golden question. Are these enough accurate for a medical doctor to believe or to expect these results as gold standards? So I will give you some example, maybe one slide for each, very brief slides. This is a glucose detection on a printed paper strip. So this is a paper strip in which you have a source pad where the blood is dispensed, and there is a membrane which filters out the red blood cells, and the plasma by capillary action goes to a glucose reagent chamber. I mean, because of the interdisciplinary nature of this panel, I do not want to get into all the technical details, but the summary is that after the reactions, at the reaction spot, there is a color developed. And in this case, the color is a reddish brown color. And by training with patient sample based data, the color map is calibrated with the glucose concentration, and that calibration is fed to a mobile app. So the mobile app is able to interpret unknown samples and predict the glucose concentration. A similar advancement is the hemoglobin detection device which we have developed. hemoglobin is a real public health problem where it is strongly linked with community health, maternal health, child health, and so many other factors. So this is again a paper strip based diagnostic platform which can interface with a smartphone enabled platform in a very similar manner in which a credit card interfaces with a credit card reader, and we could detect the hemoglobin concentrations to a limit of even 3 to 4 gram per deciliter as validated by a automated hematology analyzer. We also have invented technologies where we could do multiple tests with a single drop of blood. For example, glucose and bilirubin test with a single drop of blood by using a technology known as paper and pencil based microfluidics innovated by our group. Beyond these sort of routine blood tests, we could also develop a simple paper-based platform for evaluating antibiotic resistance. Antibiotic resistance, here there are highly qualified doctors. I need not explain to them that what is the role of antibiotic resistance in terms of the treatment protocol in modern times. In many cases, the very standard antibiotics for certain infection do not work. For a particular patient, if we can isolate the bacteria, this is a particular example where E. coli is isolated from the cultured urine sample for urinary tract infection. It is brought in contact with an antibiotic which is being tested for. These are just 2 layers of paper in a folded form. Then there is a third layer which has a colored chemical known as chromogen, which is blue, but once it comes with the product of the antibiotic and bacterial suspension reaction, and if there is a susceptibility, the color of the chromogen changes from blue to pink. So in that way, it is possible for a doctor to have this kind of a small paper strip unit to keep in the office and come up with a recommendation of what should be the ideal antibiotic treatment for a given patient in terms of personalized medicine. Finally, I will come up with an example which is a simplified nucleic acid based test for viral infections. This is a device which we have developed at IIT Kharagpur known as COVIDApp. So this is a substitution of the real-time PCR machine where it is a RNA test, but the thermal cycling of the PCR machine along with the complex optics based detection is substituted by a 5,000 rupees portable device unit. And not just for COVID, it is a sort of a paradigm shift where the whole idea is that we can use this for a large number of diseases where the same nucleic acid based testing format can be adapted. Today it is COVID, but we do not believe, nobody here in this forum believes that COVID is the only disease which is affecting the humanity. There are so many other infectious diseases and even non-communicable diseases. These diseases are important and these are going to be important. Not only that, by some way or the other, a new pandemic may affect humanity and these will keep on affecting us time and again. So it is very important to have a generic platform for such low-cost diagnostic tests. I will just give a little bit different type of example where instead of a body fluid, it's a body imaging based diagnostics where a simple portable thermal imager is able to screen the oral precancer and cancer, which is very, very important in the rural population. So the whole objective for these kinds of technological interventions is to get out of structured labs to get into a extreme resource poor setting. This is a place called as Barra in the district Birbhum, West Bengal, close to Shiuri, but it is extremely resource poor, where there we found that there are people who have never done even a simple blood glucose or hemoglobin test. So these are very basic tests that people would otherwise look for, but these were never done. So we conducted some field settings, field trials, and we tried to come up with solutions where frontline health workers, with the help of our diagnostic technologies, were in a position to give certain diagnostic solutions which are accessible to people. So all in all, my main summary or take home is that technology is going to be progressively important, but not to an extent that it becomes such a high end that people cannot afford. At the same time, once we simplify the technology, there is a chance that the test results are inaccurate. So we have to come to a balance of affordability, simplicity and accuracy. And that is where all the major technological interventions in healthcare in general and diagnostics in particular should lead to. So thank you very much. This is all what I wanted to present.
No, thank you, Dr. Suman. I think very illuminating, and how you can look at both accessibility, affordability. So in India, we spend about 3% of the cost on tests, but 70% of the decisions are based on that 3%. So it's very important to get your readings here, because the doctor otherwise is just taking a shot in the dark. I'll move next to Professor Tripathi. And Professor Tripathi, especially in the communicable diseases, and especially with the relationship to tropical medicine, how do you see technology panning out?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, particularly when you talk of tropical diseases, again, this is something, again, what we mean by, or what we refer to, which kind of diseases are to be considered as tropical diseases, that's also needs a little explanation. Or in the past, when we actually classified diseases as tropical diseases, it had a different meaning. Because of the tropical climate, the diseases that were more prevalent, they were actually grouped under tropical diseases. But then, given the kind of huge improvement in the transportation and exchange, quick exchange, travel, etc., many of the prevalence of the tropical diseases are not necessarily only limited to so-called tropical countries. So that's a different debate altogether. But then by tropical diseases, mostly we refer to communicable diseases, and more correctly, the infectious diseases. As we know that all infectious diseases are actually broadly caused by 4 different kinds of infections, whether it is bacteria or viruses or fungi or parasites. And the parasites are different kind of parasites, like whether it is malaria or whether helminths or etc. So yes, when you talk of infectious diseases, yes, there is a huge contribution of technology. Truly speaking, I would say that it may not be very directly related to the disease diagnostics, but the advancement or advances in management of infectious diseases, or for that matter, control of infectious diseases, was possible through some of the very important simple technologies like availability or ensuring good sanitation, access to drinking water, etc. But then, and we know that the availability of antibiotics, and when again coming back to the technologies, broadly speaking, health technologies actually refer to medicines or drugs, devices, different kind of medical devices, different kind of diagnostics, and besides that also the different kind of the standard operating procedures, even the electronic health records, etc. They are also considered as healthcare technologies. Now, in area of infectious diseases, or for that matter tropical diseases, there has been huge kind of contribution in the last less than a century, I would say, starting from the advent of the antibiotics to come in the picture of treatment of bacterial diseases. Only in the last, say, 5 or 6 decades or 7 decades, huge advancement has taken place, and to the extent that not only we have used antibiotics in fighting the infectious diseases, but at the same time, going to the other extreme, people have started also misusing antibiotics. So when you say people, we actually also mean the doctors included. So therefore, it's not really enough to consider to invent newer technologies, but the application of such technologies in the most judicious manner also it matters a lot. Okay, improper use of technology is not going to really do what is desirable, what is desired. So one should also keep that in mind. And on the other hand, particularly in terms of in the last 1 decade, what we have seen about the digital technologies that has actually made a huge stride in the last 1 decade, and particularly in the last few years. Okay, so there is a huge promise, and but at the same time there is a concern that accessibility, that how many people actually even today, okay, have the ability to actually reach out or making use of using technologies. So it becomes the responsibility of the inventor, the society at large, and also the elected governments ensure that the technologies are appropriately used, number one, and it is made accessible to the most of the people for whom they are meant. Regarding the technological solutions in tropical diseases, in the recent times, we know that if you ask me, one of the very more recent advancements is management of MDR-TB, multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. We all know what havoc it was doing. And the latest example is, of course, the SARS-CoV-2. Okay, whether you call it a tropical disease or not, that's a different matter, because SARS-CoV-2 has actually baffled the whole mankind, that it really didn't satisfy our speculations that we have predicted over the last 1 year, that let the season change and come a different climatic condition and the virus will just vanish, but that has never occurred. This is a virus which has the potential to survive and do whatever it wanted to do through all seasons, all temperate situations, all climates, okay, baffling the mankind and the scientists. So, but then the human race has also shown the kind of approach, okay, in the last 1 year. And within such a short time, we have come out with so many different vaccine candidates, and we have started really dreaming that the vaccines have already shown their whatever was resound. There are some amount of reluctance and hesitancy among some section of the public, and including the doctors again. But then it must be said that we have, as a human race, we have really done wonders in trying to fight this viral pandemic of SARS-CoV-2. So yes, there has been huge achievements in the field of fighting tropical diseases, and in specifically and in general all infectious diseases in the last few decades. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tripathi. So I think there'll be a new paradigm as we look ahead in and using technology. I'll next go to Professor Rakesh Yadav. So, Professor Yadav, one of the things I think the pandemic did teach us is that most of in a typical disease, the patient is at risk. But when it came to COVID, I think the patient, the doctor, the caregiver, all were at risk. So evidently, our healthcare infrastructure is not designed for this. As a result, many of the elective procedures for a couple of months did stop, increasing both morbidity and mortality. So how do you see the role of technology going ahead to ensure the continuity of care continues?
Thank you very much for that. I'm sorry I cannot open my video because I'm very poor. So, I'm audible?
Yeah, you're audible, but we have a lot of background noise.
No, okay. Hello? No, I am audible?
Yeah, this is better. Please go ahead. Angana, I'm not able to hear. Can you hear, Professor Yadav?
Dr. Yadav, we are not being able to hear you, maybe because of the background noise. Do we come back to you after the next speaker? Would that be helpful? I think, Mehta, we may come back to
Sure.
after the next speaker. And
If you can mute that line so that we don't get the background noise. I'll come next to Dr. Deepak Nande. Dr. Deepak, I think you have a really vantage point when it comes to newer technologies, because I think sitting in New York, you've seen how the healthcare system in the US, which is also fairly splintered, but it really used technology to the help, where teleconsultations went up and they gradually come down. But even then, I think there's going to be a new normal in the interaction between the physician and the patient. What are some of those interesting technologies you've identified which will change the paradigm of healthcare, and how many of them are replicable in an emerging market scenario?
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you to BCCI, Dr. Ravin Chakravarti, to Anjana Goha for the invitation. So I wanted to give you some glimpses of the latest healthcare technology that we have been viewing at. For the last 10 years, we have been providing telemedicine consults, that is video consults, to over 800 rural nursing homes in the United States. And these are very rural nursing homes. Using the Wi-Fi technology we have been providing, and this pandemic really brought telemedicine out in the front and the center. But I was very impressed with Dr. Suman Chakrabarti's thing of how to bring technology to the poorest of the poor people in the rural with one drop of blood, recognizing that there is a lot of other challenges like weather, challenges like logistics, transportation. So let me give you some glimpses of the latest technology. Here we have in the making of a healthcare app, whereby using any smartphone, one would be able to use the camera of the smartphone to do a retina scan. So you do a retina scan, and this can be the art of teaching how to do a scan using the camera of a phone, of a mobile phone, an iPhone. I've used iPhone. One would be able to use the retina scan, and that retina scan would then be analyzed in the best digital lab using IBM Watson's back technology. And biomarkers of most diseases could be identified, including most cancers, using this retina scan. One then does not have to take blood, one do not have to do any transportation, there is no issue of logistics, you just do a simple scan and run the scan against the biomarkers. With this data analysis, you can zero in most diseases, and I'm talking about most communicable diseases, diseases of the tropical countries, and including cancer. So this is one technology that is in the making. It is in the form of an app, very cheap, and yet not driven by any kind of challenges of the logistics, and be available in the remotest area, but then being detected and diagnosed in the best university labs at Stanford and at Columbia. So this is one thing that I have looked into, and it is mesmerizing. The second thing that I would talk about is from my alma mater, Dr. Deepak Chopra, my alma mater being the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. He has introduced a technology during this pandemic, what is called PV. PV is almost like Siri or Alexa. It is a virtual assistant. PV has successfully intervened and prevented suicide in the last 12 months for almost over 1,000 patients. So basically, you using a smartphone at no cost, you get to PIWI, and you start communicating with PV, and PV starts providing you mental health support. And this has been a big challenge during this pandemic. We found that almost 70% of the patients who came out of the corona disease had issues, had significant mental health issues, and there was a lot of teenage suicide, young adult suicide, there was a lot of depression and anxiety. So one can go to this site, PV, one can get successful mental health interventions, continuous free psychotherapy, interventions to make sure that there is no suicide. I would recommend every audience to watch a movie called Her, H-E-R. Her is a movie that one can watch in Prime Video, Amazon, and one can see how in that movie, Her, using virtual assistant, one can go through continuous mental health psychotherapy, and the quality is much better than most psychiatrists that they are able to provide. Because what happens is, at the back, the virtual assistant keeps learning about you and keeps using the data of other interventions of other patients, and is able to do cross interventions and come up with the best solutions, which will become effective and which becomes so therapeutic that the dropout rate decreases and you keep coming back again and again. The third thing that we will talk about is in the year 2020, Nobel Prize for Medicine was given out for a technology called CRISPR. CRISPR was the technology that won the Nobel Prize, and this was done at Stanford by a lady called Jennifer Doudna. And CRISPR is nothing but gene editing. Gene editing that bacteria do so that viruses are not able to kill the bacteria. So this is something protective that bacteria implemented so that bacteria, when they are infected by viruses, CRISPR. We have seen the use of CRISPR in modern medicine, which have already started, and based on the CRISPR technology, one is able to do gene editing and thereby remove a lot of diseases which would otherwise be inherited, and in the past you would have to do an abortion. And nobody can refute the technology of the monoclonal antibody, which is rapidly removing away many forms of cancer in the last 5 to 7 years. So these are the glimpses of technology that I have seen in the United States being used, which has been extremely effective and which is cutting edge, and yet it can be brought to the rural villages, especially things like the retina scan I talked about. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Dr. Nandi. I think that's really very illuminating, because many of these have a lot of application in India, because I think one of the biggest thing, especially in oncology, is that detection is very poor, and we detect patients when they're probably at a stage where mortality and morbidity is sort of assured. And treatment also becomes much, much more expensive, which the country can't afford. I'll go back to Dr. Rakesh Yadav. If you're audible, would you want to talk about how the paradigm on the cardiology side? Dr. Yadav? I think Dr. Yadav is not able to join. So I think we have a couple of questions which are coming from the audience, and I'll run them through, and I'll ask all the panelists to sort of chime in. The first is very interesting. What is the cost equality equation of healthcare? By allowing patients to manage their own health, medical providers to deliver better care, and governments to strengthen the underlying health system. So I think someone's asking which one would be most effective from that perspective. I think it's a combination of three, but Professor Tripathi, why don't I begin with you on this question?
Would you please briefly repeat the question?
So the person's asking that which one is most effective from a cost perspective? Where should the government allow patients to manage their own healthcare, or the medical providers to deliver better care, or should the government spend money on strengthening the underlying healthcare system?
I would respond to this in this manner, that these are not really mutually exclusive. Okay, all these are actually has their own ages, and yes, their time has come when personal health, okay, and personal technology, use of health technologies by individual citizens, is also becoming more important, particularly from the perspective of prevention of diseases. Okay, whether technology can help an average citizen to keep away from disease which can be otherwise better avoided by use of technologies. On the other hand, when you think of the institution-based healthcare delivery, yes, it can be optimized much better. Okay, so far as India is concerned, not necessarily excepting for few corporate hospitals, most of the government hospitals, okay, they are not yet has adopted electronic health record. It is extremely important now. Okay, so there is a huge big requirement for that. So at the minimum, that should be made as a priority. What I understand, all the hospitals in the country, okay, particularly the 3-tier hospitals, as a priority, they should have the electronic health record system, and thereby we can avoid a huge number of the errors, okay, and the healthcare crisis, because of the medical errors, which is otherwise caused by manual data capture and manual data entries. So that is the second. Otherwise, yes, the government administration also can use as much as possible use of technology. Finally, summarily, I would say that all these technologies, they need to also go through an assessment. And while we are doing the assessment, we should keep in mind the clinical efficacy part of it, the economic evaluation of it, and the cost effectiveness analysis, as well as the humanistic part of it. Okay, that economic, clinical, and humanistic evaluation of the technologies, and then only possibly we'll be better off in handling and managing the diverse healthcare challenges in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tripathi. Dr. Rakesh, Professor Rakesh Yadav,
yes. Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm able to. Okay. That what the question you have raised is a very valid question. Given what we are seeing in a tertiary care center, our non-COVID healthcare facility has gone drastically. Now, yes, technology can help in these situations. That is very true. But there's a lot of caution in these technology. In these things, a lot of emergency cases are not being entertained. And what we have seen is that in emergency cases, you don't only require the diagnosis, you require the treatment, which can not very well be given by teleconsultations, because the teleconsultation has a lot of other problems. Initially, it has a lot of medical legal problem, which I think our country has solved it out. There is a clear-cut guideline in medical legal consultations. So, what we are facing, though, there's a lot of hue and cry and a lot of promotion of teleconsultation on telephonic consultation, but practicality is somewhat different. Here, the question lies that if we are going to curtail the non-COVID care facility, we are going to face the serious challenges in those situations. How technology can help in facing these situations is still, there's a lot of caveat and a lot of questions in these things in India. Though what we always say, if we are doing the teleconsultation in India, we are facing this situation, there is 40,000 calls coming in next 2 weeks. But practically what calls are they calls? Their calls are only when your OPD is going to be started. The data which is being generated is the wrong data which is being generated in these situations. So we have to be very cautious when we are telling that this technology, yes, they can help, but we should not be solely dependent upon these technology. Second important thing, what we are facing nowadays in non-COVID patient care, the things our CCUs are limited. We are getting all the new equipments which we want. We are getting 70,000, 50,000 ventilators, but who is going to operate them? So, yes, these challenges we need to address. We have 50 or 50,000 anesthetics in this country. If we have 70,000 ventilators, who is going to operate them? So, when we are discussing the challenges in technology in healthcare system, we have to also think the logistic and what situation which is prevailing in this country. So, you somewhere there are a lot of ventilators which are lined up, and if you see there's no oxygen connectivity, they are not trained anesthetics who are going to operate it. There's no trained technician who is going to operate it. So yes, you are very correct. We are facing the serious. Now I think when the COVID admission are less, gradually the non-COVID care has increased. But absolutely, you are correctly right that through technology, we presume that technology is going to help in this situation. But there's a lot of caveat cautions which we are facing, and I think those caveat and cautions need to be addressed in a proper way. Once we are happily telling that yes, we can overcome these problems with our technology development.
Thank you, Professor Yadav. I think that was very important, and cardiology being such a critical specialty where there is a golden hour. Dr. Nandi, I'll come back, and we have one of someone who's asked that there's a huge incidence of non-communicable diseases in India. So we have a twin burden in India. We haven't got rid of the communicable diseases. We have the non-communicable, and now we have a pandemic. So what can be the role of basically the role of digital in enhancing the care, both the care of non-communicable diseases?
Yeah, so non-communicable diseases are oncological diseases. It's like cancer. I mean, that is the bulk of the non-communicable diseases. Then you have these autoimmune disorders. Autoimmune disorders like rheumatoid arthritis, scleroderma, SLE. So you have those buckets. Autoimmune disorders and oncological disorders. And I had spoken previously of using the Retina Scan app in a way to identify biomarkers, which then zeroes in to the particular diseases, and the particular relevant specialist is then thereby able to intervene after the primary screening using a video consult specific to the disease and the person. And we have also seen the role of monoclonal antibodies in autoimmune disorders and also in oncological disorders. The other big bucket of non-communicable disorders are psychiatric disorders. And in the psychiatric disorders I had spoken about, and mental health disorders like anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, I spoke about the role of PIWI, PIWI, which is an app which takes you through layers of question and then zeroes in on a diagnosis and zeroes in on an intervention. And should it require the intervention of a professional psychiatrist or a professional psychologist, one is able to then successfully use telemedicine to make the appropriate intervention, whether it is in the form of continuous psychotherapy, augmented by medication, or non-augmented with medication. So those are the glimpses I had talked about in terms of interventions in non-communicable disorders.
Thank you. Professor Suman Chakravarti, I'll come to you next. And so one of our audience have asked that, there's a lot of innovation in India and people do come up with very low cost, but generally this is never scaled up or replicated, so there aren't very many examples of where we've been able to scale up and replicate it across India. What do you think is the reason, and what gives you hope now that what you're doing can actually reach every Indian?
This is a very, very important question, and I'm glad that this question has been raised. So you will see that lots of these technologies have been successfully developed in the lab, but they are not actually in use when it goes to the large scale community level. So where are the bottlenecks? There are several levels of bottlenecks. Number one, at the technology development stage itself, there were certain pointers which were not given a serious thought, which can blow up when the technology is brought to a level when it is used in an uncontrolled environment. I'm just giving an example. I was talking with a US-based company who is going to take our technology for this COVID. And that person was telling an interesting thing, that we are going to supply the reagent kits which the home-based users will use, but where is the guarantee that a casual user will not just drink those reagents? I mean, we might sort of laugh at such a possibility, but one has to make absolutely sure that somebody who is unskilled or ignorant in certain ways or very casual does not disruptively damage what is going on. So that should go into the diagnostics. That should go into the design, number one. I mean, this normally in design is not very strongly catered. Number two is the accuracy. So accuracy is something which is of great importance. So the big problem is that from a consumer point of view, see, nowadays the diagnostic devices have become like consumer entities. In all our homes, there are at least 3 devices I can sure say. Glucometer, the blood pressure monitoring meter, and a pulse oximeter. So nowadays these 3 are there in all the homes. How, to what extent as consumers we have given attention to the accuracy of these readouts? We just see how fancy the electronics is, how nice the device looks, and all these things. So the quality standard, so that these are reliable in terms of, so if a reading comes out, if it is monitored by a patient and reported to a doctor, the doctor will believe it as a true indicator of giving a clinical recommendation. That that level of reliability on these, that has to be brought in. So these are technical factors, but to me the more important factors are actually the non-technical factors. I mean, these technical factors can be overcome by various procedures. The challenge is that, say I am an innovator of a diagnostic device. Now, what are the barriers for bringing it from a pilot level to a large scale manufacturing and dissemination? I have to get an industrial partner, where the industrial partner is conversant with the tidbits of healthcare technology. It is very, very difficult in India, at least, to get such industrial partners who can manufacture these types of units on a mass scale, at the same time have proper experience and expertise in handling with the typical regulatory clearances and other things of medical devices or diagnostic devices. I have seen, talked with, many of good, industrial manufacturers, but they do not even understand what is CDSCO approval. They do not understand that, what needs to be uploaded, what validation report has to be presented. Say I have a blood testing device, and now somebody is taking the technology. Now I tell him that you have to do the validation in a NABL accredited diagnostic lab, get a proper certification, and upload that with all the relevant details in the CDSCO, and then they will make an inspection, and then you will get an approval for this kind of upscale manufacturing. Now this entire procedure, here is the gray area. So engineers know their jobs, medical professionals know their jobs, but this interface between these two, that particular ecosystem has not grown well in India. And that is where I think that it is very much suffering. Not really, the backbone science or the backbone technology. I admit that there are lacuna or there are weaknesses, and these can always be taken care of by better design, more stringent validation, more detailed consultation with the clinicians. But what happens when the technology is being transferred to a commercial agency who does not have much of an idea of the subsequent industrial procedures and steps to make the device available, to a large population at a reasonable cost without compromising the quality standards.
Yeah, Professor Tripathi.
Yeah, I was just thinking of supplementing what Dr. Suman has said. He has rightly pointed out, but then in my view, I think it's better to have the team at the beginning. You have very rightly pointed out that when you talk of a device, whether it is an in vitro diagnostic or any other kind of device, ultimately it's going to be a healthcare technology. So first of all, whether there is a real need for this and whether there is a need gap that it is trying to fulfill, that kind of assessment, we have to start with that. And we need to know there is a domain expertise required from the point of view of an engineer, biomedical engineer. Also, of course, the area, healthcare, or rather the medical subspecialty area where the device is going to be used. So expert from there. Then there is a regulatory expertise is also required, as has been pointed out. Finally, to market it, okay, or upscaling it. There is, of course, in between, there is a need for validation. And then finally, the marketing. So if from the beginning, we get this team from the beginning and then proceed, otherwise a very useful device has been developed. But then when you talk of many of us, because we are otherwise expert in our own field, that what is the regulatory requirement, how do you position it, whether you can really upscale it, and whether anybody, industry would agree to put their money into it, because they will not put their money unless they are assured of return on investment. So taking all of them from the beginning would be possibly a better strategy rather than being passionate scientist and developing something and then find it is difficult to go further. So that's what I wanted to just put in. Thank you.
No, I think Dr. Tripathi, very valid, because I think while we have individual brilliance, India lacks the ecosystem, and that's why most innovations actually fail. So we really can't go and say how many things have been invented in India. While they may be brilliant, but you require the ecosystem. And one thing you mentioned, you require venture capital, private equity, manufacturing, marketing. So it's way beyond just inventing the product. It's like, discovering the vaccine and vaccinating a subcontinent are different questions altogether. So I must thank all my panelists. This has been a really enthralling discussion. I've learned a lot. I must thank all of you for taking time out. I'm sure we can keep going on. There are many questions which have come, but I'm cognizant of time. So thank you all for being on this panel. And I must thank the audience for being such a great virtual thing. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta, Dr. Chakraborty, Dr. Tripathi, Dr. Yadav, and Dr. Nandi. Our next session would be after 10 minutes on technology adoption in healthcare delivery in cardiovascular, chaired by Dr. Robin Chakraborty, chairperson of the Health Committee of the Bengal Chamber, and senior consultant, interventional cardiologist, Medical Super Specialty Hospital. And he will also be talking about on Indigo's applications for treatment of pulmonary embolism. We also have Dr. Shubhanan Ray, interventional cardiologist, Fortis Hospital, Dr. Afzalur Rahman from Dhaka, Bangladesh, Dr. P.K. Hazra, interventional cardiologist of AMRI, Kolkata, and Dr. Dilip Kumar, director, Cardiac Cath Lab, Medical Institute of Cardiac Sciences. So see you in 10 minutes at 5:40 on the session on technology adoption on cardiovascular. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ট্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে, সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
Start?
Yeah, we are going live, and welcome everyone to the fourth edition of Health Tech presented to you by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Medica Super Speciality Hospital. Our knowledge partner is PwC, and this program is presented in association with Woodlands Hospital. This session is Technology Adoption in Healthcare Delivery on Cardiovascular. Dr. Robin Chakraborty, who is the chairperson of Health Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Senior Vice Chairman, Cardiology Services and Senior Consultant Interventional Cardiologist, Medica Super Speciality Hospital. He is chairing this session. I'd request Dr. Chakraborty to introduce the other speakers who are there in the session and take the session forward.
Thank you, Angana. Well, good evening for this Health Tech 2021 fourth Health Tech meeting, where basically we are talking about technology. In this particular session, we are discussing about technology application and usage in cardiovascular diseases. With me, there's a great teacher as well as a great, very skilled and accomplished interventional cardiologist, Dr. Shovanand Ray, our very, very favorite Dada. He's guru, he's our guru actually in interventional cardiology from Kolkata. He is there, he is a director and head of the department of cardiology at Fortis Hospital, Kolkata. And also Dr. Prakash Hajra, excellent, very promising and very updated interventional cardiologist. I would say maybe in entire India today, because he travels a lot, he does procedure in various parts of India. I feel very proud of him. And Prakash is also the head of the department and director of cardiology of AMRI hospitals. And with me, my colleague, Dr. Dilip Kumar, he is director of cardiovascular cath lab of Medica Group of Hospital. He is also going to talk to us on another technology. And my friend and colleague from Bangladesh, Dhaka, Dr. Afzal Rahman, he is also going to talk on image technology in cardiovascular diseases. So with this, I think I have a very short presentation. And maybe after that, Dr. Shovanand Ray, then Dr. Afzal Rahman, and then Dr. Prakash Hajra, and then Dilip Kumar. I'm sure that we got about full 1 hour, 20 minutes time. And during this time, we can have a good discussion, a lot of interaction, questions and answers. So feel free to talk at any point, anybody's presentation. If you feel to be interrupted, please interrupt and ask questions so that the discussion remains very healthy and progressive, as well as very productive and full of knowledge for all of us. With that, may I start my presentation. So I'm talking to today on management of pulmonary thromboembolism, a new technology which is very important for all of us to understand. So modern management of pulmonary thromboembolism and peripheral thromboembolism. We know that this is one condition which always remains underdiagnosed. Many patients, they have sudden death. People don't know what exactly it is, but it's basically thromboembolism incidence. So the incidence is about, in India, 1 to 2 pulmonary embolism episodes per 1,000 people, up to 10 per 1,000 in the elderly population. So as you become old, the chances is very high. It also could be acute or even chronic pulmonary thromboembolism. The problem is that this pulmonary embolism has to be managed because it could be life-threatening, and this has to be treated in an aggressive manner, especially in acute situation. The primary mechanism of pulmonary embolism is basically, it comes from the vein. So we know that veins has got valve, is a unidirectional valve. Blood comes from the peripheral veins to the right side of the heart, and then right side of the heart sends blood to lung. There's exchange of carbon dioxide and oxygen. Carbon dioxide goes out, oxygen comes in, and then the oxygenated blood comes to the left side of the heart, and system, our body gets the oxygenated blood from the left side of the heart. So this is a kind of been very short about the circulation of heart. So when the blood comes from the peripheral veins, there are valves. The valve allows the blood to flow towards the heart. So if for some reason or other, if there is a stasis for a longer time, as we all know, in the artery, blood it moves very fast, but in vein, the blood moves slowly. And if somebody stands for a longer time, somebody travels for a long distance, especially in car or even in airplane, especially for those people who travel while sitting in a cross-leg position, the blood may not flow adequately along the vein towards the heart. So there could be stasis of vein, and this blood eventually becomes clotted, or there is thrombus formation. And for some reason or other, these thrombus may actually slowly move towards the heart, and from heart it can block the lung arteries. That is what is called pulmonary embolism. Once lung arteries are blocked, blood cannot flow further. There is no oxygen, there is no blood, and the blood pressure drops and patient is in acute crisis. It also happens in very special situations like patients with hypercoagulability states, with stasis, with venous disease, people with having cancers. And there are certain diseases where they are very prone to get such kind of thrombus formation. So that is what is needed. But the problem is that most of these cases, if there is a very low risk condition, may remain undiagnosed. We do not even understand it. Some of these patients may have intermediate risk. For example, there is a huge amount of clot that goes to the right side, right ventricle becomes very hypertrophied or even is not working properly. And there is some way to understand that what is the intermediate risk group. High risk is definitely when the blood pressure drops. And there is a need to support the blood pressure by some medication. And that is what is important. So we need to identify the submassive intermediate risk and high risk group, because these group of patients need immediate intervention. Drug actually do not work properly. It helps to some extent, but it actually doesn't take care of the entire volume of blood clot or thrombus formation. We, the cardiologists or intervention people so far, have been using the injection syringe to suck the thrombus back, but it doesn't help. We also tried something called thromboreolytic thing, something by which you rotate the thing inside the thrombus gets fragmented, and the thrombolytic therapy dissolves those blood clots, called thromboreolytic. Then there is something like JET. With JET, you actually you break the thrombus, let the thrombus go to different parts of the body in a very minor manner, and probably body can take care of that. But it also doesn't help, because most of the time there may be more complication out of this. So nowadays, we can actually have a mechanism by which we can treat the patient. So conventionally, we are using thrombolytic therapy, like systemic thrombolysis. So many drugs are there. There could be manual aspiration using syringe. Even people have tried with ultrasound guided thrombolysis and thrombus breakdown. All of these treatments options has constraint, restriction, and even problem. So, for example, thrombolytic therapy, long hours treatment is required. There could be major bleeding. At the same time, there are many conditions. For example, patient with a history of hemorrhagic stroke, with a history of a bleeding disorder, may not be the right kind of people where thrombolytic therapy can be added. But these people are equally prone to get pulmonary thromboembolism or massive thrombus inside the lung artery or in the peripheral artery. So for them, it is very important to have a device by which you can actually take out those thrombus. So especially in acute situation is extremely helpful. So even a syringe-based aspiration also has some kind of constraint. It sounds good, but it is difficult, because to take the thrombus out is not that simple. The syringe vacuum drops to 0 in mercury in 17 seconds as fluid fills the syringe. When you suck the thrombus, many times what happens, from the side of the thrombus, blood may come into the syringe. So thrombus may be there, but may not be adequate. People also tried some manual way to suck, but it did not help. So you need to have a system by which you can take the thrombus out. So these days, we actually got a different type of catheter. That catheter can go slowly inside the thrombus and can be taken out. We also tried, for example, in coronary artery, all cardiologists, in acute myocardial infarction, acute heart attack, we take a catheter, a very specially designed suction catheter, and we suck the thrombus out. Then we try to open the artery and dissolve and take the thrombus out. But in a lung clot, where there is a massive thrombus formation, lung artery is very big, peripheral artery could be big. This technique is not quite satisfactory. So we have to have a bigger device to take this thing out. So Indigo system is a system now indicated for treatment of pulmonary thromboembolism. What exactly happens? There is a bigger size catheter, and then you have to engage the catheter towards thrombus, and then after that, the other end of the catheter has to be connected with a pump, with a suction, with a negative suction pump, by which you slowly advance the catheter with a guide wire, and then with a bit of support, and finally reach the thrombus and take it and manually with negative suction take the thrombus out. It is extremely helpful. Many people are using, and now in India This has been approved. In our hospital, we also approved it. I'm sure my colleagues of other hospitals also using it. Prakash Haidar, Dr. Suvanan Ray, I'm sure that they have experience of using this system. This Indigo system components, it has got an 8 French aspiration catheter. This is the technology. So Indigo aspiration catheter needs, so therefore the venous system, we have to put 9 or 10 French sheath through which 8 French aspiration catheter can go. Then you've got the Indigo separators, which you use for heavy thrombus, but in case to unclog the CAT8 or catheter 8 under continuous suction. Then there's the engine aspiration pump, which delivers negative suction up to minus 29 millimeter of mercury. Then you've got an engine canister which collects the blood and clot. And then there is a tubing, which is Indigo aspiration tubing, which gives live feedback of clot and blood and also used to control the blood clot. So these are the 5 sort of component of this Indigo system or technology, which is extremely helpful in aspiration of the thrombus by negative suction, and extremely helpful. So this is what is the Penumbra engine aspiration pump. This is the pump. This end you can connect the catheter. One touch for maximum aspiration. Is a powerful deep vacuum minus 29 millimeter mercury is the suction ability. It's easy to set up. It's not a difficult job. And then connect with a catheter, and the catheter goes like a conventional sort of femoral vein puncture, and then you take the catheter inside the catheter lumen inside the thrombus over a support wire, and then you deliver the catheter. This is the technique which is being shown in a peripheral artery embolism. You can see that what exactly happens. So this is a kind of a cartoon video where you can see there is a blood clot in the thrombus, or the thrombus in the peripheral artery, the big artery. So you're inserting the catheter. This is a 10 French sheath. You're taking an 8 French catheter. Inside the femoral vein. So that is the femoral vein. You can see the blood clot there. That is the wire. And then you slowly advance it. And then gradually, once it goes, then take, this is the catheter, 8 French catheter. Indigo catheter, take it gradually towards the thrombus. This is the thrombus, huge thrombus, blocking the entire vein. The same thing can be done even in the peripheral artery. Now slowly this comes in. And finally, it will be taken out. So from the vein, even this may be an artery. From that, slowly the thrombus, but
Prakash, Dilip and all. It is nice to see you safe and healthy. And my job is to show some of a technique, and technology, which was invented long back, even in 1989, went into oblivion for a certain time, and again resurfaced and came into the field as a very important tool. That is rotational atherectomy. David Oth introduced this technique in 1989, and after that it went into oblivion because there was so much of restenosis and again re-narrowing of the arteries after the rotational atherectomy. And again, that came as a very important tool when with some modification of the technique happened, and we call it plaque modification. And in the year 2005 onwards, there is a huge resurface and resurgence of the procedure of rotational atherectomy, particularly of the calcium-laden arteries. Now, why the calcium-laden arteries are important? You can see this cartoon of a normal coronary artery, which is a very elastic and tube. And this tube has got three layers. The layer which is the conductive layer, that means through which the blood flow happens, is just like a non-sticking frying pan. The blood components move through this channel, but these components do not touch they touch the surface, but do not get attached to the surface. And once there is a lesion, once there is a abrasion on this layer, the blood components stick there, forms a clog and blocks the artery. That is the mechanism of a coronary heart attack. So what happens from the young age, gradually the lipids and other deposits, cholesterol deposits, they deposit between the two layers of the artery or the tube, and they gradually narrow down the artery, and this becomes the formation of a coronary artery lesion or coronary artery stenosis. Now, when calcium deposits on these layers, it becomes very stiff, and just like this. You see that this is a tunnel which is made of rocks, and this tunnel, when the rocks are within it, gradually the tunnel becomes sluggish for the flow, and you see the sepals growing, and these are the clots and other fibrosis sets in, and gradually the tunnel closes. Now, what we do in angioplasty, in a normal angioplasty, we compress the plaque with a balloon and put a guard wire, which is called stent, on it, and so that the blood flow becomes optimum. But when there is calcium, it becomes very difficult to crack, and we need to crack the calcium so that ultimately we get a caliber like this. You can see the tunnel after stenting. It is just like a beautiful tunnel through which the blood can move easily. So to get it, we need something which can crack the calcium, which can reduce the calcium load, so that the balloons and other systems work on it and make the tunnel rounded and wide. Now, this is the cartoon which shows how a rota works. You can see a bullet-shaped metal bullet which is going across the calcified, narrowed part of the tunnel and through it. And when it goes through the narrowest part of the tunnel, gradually the calcium is broken and the cavity is widened. So how it is done? It is done by this bullet, which is shown in a more clarified way, and you can see it has got two parts. One is the forward part, one and another is the backward part. The forward part is studded with diamond crystals, and these diamond crystals act as a cutting edge. And when this bullet rotates in a very high rotation, like 150,000 to 2 lakh rotations per minute, then it crosses, crushes the calcium layers of the artery and pulverizes it. And these pulverized particles are microparticles, which is the size of a less than 5 microns, and they are taken up by the reticuloendothelial cells of the system, and thereby is washed away from the arteries. So ultimately, after the rotational atherectomy, we get a wide artery without any debris. The debris is taken care of by the reticuloendothelial cells of the system. Now, you can ask me why there is so much of rotation of the bullet. Why doesn't it harm the normal elastic portion of the artery? It is just, we call it a differential cutting. As if when we shave, we see that when you pull the blade, it cuts the dry, inelastic surface, but the elastic surface removes the blade from doing harm to the elastic surface. They just push the blades away, and that is the mechanism of why a metal bullet of rotational atherectomy, while it is rotating inside a coronary artery, does not harm the normal elastic portion of the artery. Rather, it cracks the calcium or inelastic part of the artery through its movement. So again, how it moves? When you have those who do angioplasty have seen that when you try to push a balloon, it becomes absolutely difficult to push the balloon. But when you rotate the bar, as if when you are opening a champagne bottle by rotating the cork, and you know that if you try to pull out the cork, it will be very, very difficult. But if you rotate and come out, it will be opened easily. So just like that, when a rotational atherectomy bar, we call the bullet as a bar, and when the rotational atherectomy bar rotates in a very high speed, and that displaces the orthogonal, displaces the friction orthogonally and reduces the friction. So in rotational atherectomy, the friction rate is reduced. Now, what is a system? And you can see that we have a system where there is an advancer. And you see that the part of the advancer is the metal bullet, which is called a bar, and bar is connected to a advancer, and the advancer has got a knob, which when you move the knob, the metal bullet goes forward and backwards. And this is the console. And this console has got two systems in. One is the air pressure, which is delivered from the, you can see the lower part, lower picture, is delivered from a compressed air system, and that mechanical, that air pressure moves the bar mechanically, and there is an electrical system which shows the bar movement, exactly what rotation is there, and exactly what time has elapsed. So every rotation, when we start rotational atherectomy, we fix up the rotation like 150,000, and we see that whether there is a drop of rotation. That means if the drop of rotation is more, the bar may be stalled, and we also see how much time has elapsed. Otherwise, there will be heating of the system, and there will be burning, and there will be injury to the vessel wall. So with that, and this is the air supply. As I told initially, we used to use liquid nitrogen, and sometimes we use, nowadays we use compressed air. Now, as I've said, this rotational atherectomy bullet or a bar is moved on a wear, which is called rotational atherectomy wear. This type of and this bar, as it moves on the rotational atherectomy wear, it does not deviate too much, so that it does not harm the arteries. So it goes along in just like a tram. It goes along the tram line or the along the where on which it is going. So that helps the bar to move around and without any asymmetrical movement. So there are two types of wares we use. These are stainless steel wares. We call rota floppy ware, where the tip is floppy, and this can be negotiated through the tortuous vessels, and also a rota extra support ware where it is very stiff, and it is used in places where there is a gap between the catheter and the artery to breach that area, as for example the osteal lesions of the arteries. So this is an extra support ware. After that, with the ablation of the plaque burden, less pressure is required for the balloon. Why I am showing this? Because initially I told you when David Roth introduced the system, it went into oblivion because we thought of debulking or maximal removal of the calcium. But nowadays, we do not believe in this. We just do plaque modification, so that we take a smaller bar, we crack the calcium, and so crack the calcium in such a way that less pressure is required for a balloon expansion. So we do the job by a rotational atherectomy, and the other half we do with a balloon and put a stent across, and that has reduced the restenosis rate from 30% to nearly less than 5%, 6%, and that is and with the advent of newer drug-eluting stents, we have a wonderful resurgence of the technique. So when you do a rotational atherectomy, you have to remember a few points. These are mostly for the clinicians. That is, number one is the bar position. Number two, whether you have locked the system, how you advance, whether you can advance easily, whether you can release easily, and what would be the bar speed. These 5 points should be remembered. The key procedural step is to put the first to put the wire in, rota floppy or rota extra support in, then you put the rotational atherectomy bar in, then you fix up the rotation to what you suggest, and then you maintain that, and so that there is no jump less than 50,000 of RPM. If the RPM is, I told you that when the RPM drops down below 5,000, there is a chance of stalling of the bar, so avoid it. And particularly, total rotational procedure should not be more than 5 minutes. And with that, we know that this is the wonderful device, and in most of the cases, and rotational atherectomy is the first device to be used. Another device which has come recently, that is called orbital atherectomy. As we know, the rotational atherectomy has got a problem, that the Achilles heel of rotational atherectomy is the wear of rotational atherectomy, and this wear is so flimsy that if there is a kink, the bar may be stalled. So that to circumvent this, we came with another device which is called orbital atherectomy, which has a beautiful wear inside and which is strong wear. And this device is just like a ring on your index finger, and this ring and your finger, if you move in a orbit and in a oblique way, it acts as a jackhammer and strikes the calcium and breaks it. So there are two important points. The rotational atherectomy, it moves around and there is a rotation, and in the orbital atherectomy, it moves in an oblique way and it acts as a jackhammer. And here the microns or the particles are larger. It is around 10 microns, whereas in rotational atherectomy, in ideal cases, the pulverized particles are much less, that is less than 5 microns. So you can see this, and this is a index finger with a ring, and this finger, when it moves in an oblique way, it acts as a jackhammer and breaks the calcium. So the last is another technology which is called the shockwave lithotripsy, and here there is a balloon which gives shock waves, and which behaves as a very high pressure, and that is around 50 atmosphere pressure during its functioning, and that can crack the calcium. I think somebody would be talking of it elaborately, so I'm not going into the details. And now, if you image the artery, you will see that calcium may be deposited in 3 ways. If there is a very thick cap and mostly the non-luminal calcification, you can use traditional techniques like NC balloon, scoring balloon, cutting balloon. There are different types of balloons. And on top of that, you can use an IVL or intravascular lithotripsy, which can deliver very high pressure by producing shock waves, and that can break the calcium all over. So this is the indication of most of the techniques. Now, if there is a promontory of calcium in one side and other sides are relatively free, there you have to go with a atherectomy device or ablative technique like rotational atherectomy or orbital atherectomy. I must say, when there is a promontory of calcium, it is the rotational atherectomy is the treatment of choice. And if there is an deep calcium, thick calcium, to start with, it is better to have either an ablative procedure, either of the ablative procedure like rota or orbital, and on top of that, you may need something, either a balloon or an IVL technique. So, of the 3 techniques, rotational atherectomy is the oldest and most preferred. Why? Reasons. Can be done in all cases, because we know that other ablative therapy like orbital cannot be done in all cases, and lithotripsy also cannot be done in all cases, but rotational atherectomy can be done in all cases. It is a known devil for the last 30 years, so we know how to use it and what are its complications. In an expert hand, a newer modification of the use, as I have told you, that the new resurrection, what happened after the modification of the use and plaque modification with second generation stent implantation, the MACE rate or major advanced cardiac event rates reduced to less than, in a single digit, reduced less than 10%. And this is our paper which has been published in AJC recently. That is the percutaneous intervention of severe and moderately calcified coronary artery lesions. We use a single bar. This is our technique, and it showed that there is a significant reduction of the MACE rate and less than 10%. And we could achieve this in a 3-year follow-up. And we have done all complex cases of like left main bifurcation CTO with equal success rate and with rotational atherectomy. So rotational atherectomy was there, it is there also, and will be there in future. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. That was a wonderful, wonderful presentation. I think I must say it is an exceptionally great presentation. I have some questions. I'm sure that many of us will have more questions. So I think it may be a good idea to collect all the questions and discuss it later on. Meanwhile, may I request Dr. Abdul Rahman to make his presentation. Dr. Shuman Roy, that was great. Wonderful. Again, you are my Gurudev. Excellent.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Now we'll discuss. I got some more thing to learn. Dr. Abdul Rahman. Abdul, can you, yeah, you're there.
Yes, I am on the screen.
Share your screen. Excellent. Share your screen and.
Nice to see you, Absolute.
Yes, thank you, sir. That is a great talk, I think so.
That's a great talk. Excellent talk. Excellent.
But after that, I will give something, as I understand that this is not really the participant is an interventional cardiologist. Maybe some of the general people was there.
Yes.
So I have focused accordingly.
I think it was a wonderful presentation by Dr. Shuman. Very nice.
Shuman, a wonderful presentation. Your presentation also is good, but after the presentation, I'm really shaky to give my presentation.
Good job. Dr. Abdul Rahman is the father of modern cardiology of Bangladesh. Dr. Abdul Rahman.
Okay, thank you very much. It is really honor for Robin. Robin, thank you for inviting me and all of the people that is on the board. They are really good friend to me. And my talk is that the imaging technology of the coronary artery intervention. This is very important topics. So what are the imaging for the coronary artery? You know, everybody, that for the imaging and for intervention, we depend on the angiogram. That is, resolution is 100 to 100. IVUS, the resolution 80 to 120. And also radio frequency IVUS or OCT. These are the imaging technologies that we are using in our intervention procedures. And angiogram is a luminogram, but surface tomogram and surface tomogram, all of these OCT and the IVUS. On the other hand, it is a contrast angiography, that is a luminogram, that is angiogram. So this is the coronary anatomy. We are using, we are seeing the coronary, right coronary, we can see this is right coronary and the branches, and this is the left side, that is LED and also LCX. And these are all of the branches. And this is the angiogram. So what happened with the angiogram? It is extensively used. It is the gold standard, and visualize intercoronary artery, identify the disease, helpful in clinical decision making, lesion estimation, and pathway to intervention, and that's all. But the limitation is that angiogram, what you seeing, that is, we are seeing from the outside, not inside. What is exactly inside this coronary, we are not seeing it. And this is the picture. You are seeing that this picture we are seeing from the outside only. But when we exposed it, you can see that the lot of the fruits is in the basket. But before that, only we are seeing in the basket. So this is the limitation of the angiogram. And that's why the coronary imaging and physiology is coming for intervention of the coronary arteries. And new intervention technologies, clinical imperative, newer technology, evidence-based validation, whether we have, and widespread application. That is most important in the new intervention technology, either OCT or FFR or IVUS. And what is the advantage of IVUS? We can see that in the IVUS, we can see that inside the coronary arteries, in view from within the vessel. Angiogram, we are seeing the coronary artery from outside. Here, we being the inside the coronary like this. And what is the advantage of the IVUS and OCT? Accurate visualization of the coronary anatomy, analysis of the plaque composition, distribution, vessel, and lumen geometry, identify the dissection and stent apposition, and virtual histology. These are the things we can add it during coronary intervention, beside on the top of the angiogram. So why it is coming up? We can see that is a nicely picture that in the angiogram, it shows that there is a tight lesion in the ostium of the LED. And this patient had undergone 2 times bypass surgery, and both of the bypass graft lemma was closed. Then IVUS was done. It showed that none of the vessel, that is the upper and lower left main, is not diseased. So especially in the left main, the coronary artery underestimate, and it only possible of solve this problem by the IVUS. And what is IVUS? IVUS is ultrasound that is given from the transducer, and this ultrasound goes to the wall of the vessel, and that is reflected and received. We can see that the transducer giving the ultrasound, that is go to tissue, and this back and received by the detector, and it is displayed in the monitor. And like this is the vessel. You can see that the lumen of the vessel can be visualized. So it is an ultrasound based. And this is the positron is produced in mechanical, and mechanical 1, you can see that the 4 MAG, now it is coming up with that the 60 AG is also coming up. That is more visualization of the coronary artery. And this is the IVUS card system. We can see that it's portable. It is just like an echo machine. And it is, as I mentioned, that the sound is given to the tissue, and for the tissue it is reflected and displayed in the monitor. You can see exactly what is inside the coronary arteries. And IVUS guidance, the PCI indication, And when I was used, decide strategy and sizing. That is, we can properly size the coronary anatomy and we can properly sizing the coronary vessel. And also the reference and personal stenosis, and also the IVUS evaluation, that is after post-stent implantation, how it is deployed. And we can see that the image resolution, we can see that this is the coronary and artery, this is the lumen, and you can see that this is the intima, this is the media, this is the adventitia, and there is a plaque is here. And this is the high resolution, and you can see this histopathology, and we can see that clearly clearly visualize the coronary anatomy. This is the 3-layer. We can see that the intima, media, and also adventitia by IVUS imaging that cannot be done by coronary angiogram. And you can see that the image of the coronary, adventitia, media, and intima if we display it widely. And you can see that the disease coronary, how it looks like that. This is the intima, and this is the lumen. And you can see that this is a plaque, intima plaque, and this is the media, and this is the adventitia. And also we can see the plaque composition. Everybody knows that everybody is not the same, and every plaque is not the same, like a GERD. It is also like that. For a human, coronary atherosclerotic plaque is not the same. It could be fibrous plaque. It is like whitish one is a fibrous plaque. So by IVUS, we can see that fibrous plaque. And also you can see that that is short plaque, that is hypoechogenic. You can see that less density than it is called the attenuated plaque or lipid core within the plaque. You can see that. And also attenuated plaque is there. And also Subhananda nicely elaborately described that we can, by IVUS, we can see that this whitish, that is the calcium. This is the culprit of the coronary intervention, especially when we deploy the stent. And we can also see the distribution of the calcium, where the calcium is. This one is the deeper calcium that is away from the lumen. And this is superficial calcium. This is towards the lumen. We can see it by the IVUS. And this calcium is very dangerous. If we cannot see it earlier, then the stent will not be apposed to the coronary artery, and there is a malapposition. And also there is subsequently the patient develop in-stent stenosis and also stent thrombosis. And this one is the superficial and deep calcium that indicate that it is also present towards the lumen as well as away from the lumen. This is combination of the superficial. This is the deep calcium, and this is the superficial calcium, and this is the T. This is not too much dangerous, but this superficial calcium and super deep calcium, both of them are very much dangerous during the coronary intervention. Calcified plaque, I will not spend more time. And you can see that we can see how far it is the circumferentially, whether it is. And you can see that this is one of the coronary artery where the stent was implanted. You can see that the stent fully apposed stent. You can see that the stent start is there. But here what happened that the stent is there at the apposed side, but on downside, the stent is not apposed. This is the lumen. So it is incompletely apposed stent. So we can identify this and we can deploy this stent properly by giving more bigger size balloon. And stent is heavily calcified lesion. You can see that the calcium is heavily calcified. And if we don't dilute, prepare the lesion properly, and Dr. Subhana Rai told that, then the stent will not be apposed and that is heavily calcified. And this calcium has to be cracked by rota or other devices. And this is the OCT machine. We can see that they uses the light actually. The IVUS uses the ultrasound. They uses the light, and we can see the intima more delineately than the IVUS. We can see resolution is 15 microgram, OCT 15 microgram, and IVUS is 100. and penetration is 2 millimeter. That is, we cannot see the deeper structure. Here penetration is 10, and and also that is for penetration. Here blood has to be cleared. That's the limitation. But here there is no limitation of the blood. This blood has to be cleared usually by the dye injection, but here it doesn't requires. But the thing is that if you want to clearly identify the intima, then OCT is more useful than IVUS. It is just like a picture of like this, and we can see that here the intima, media, and adventitia is clearly can be demonstrated. But on the IVUS, it is not like this. So if we want to see the intima properly, if we see the IVUS catheter is apposed properly and clearly, then it is OCT maybe the better than IVUS. And intimal dissection is also more than dissected by can be demonstrated by the OCT, but there is a less data than IVUS. IVUS has a more robust data in the clinical trial than the OCT. And this is the picture. You can see that this very nicely demonstrated that. You can see here clearly this is the coronary angiographic structure. This is the OCT. And if we see picture side by side in the OCT, we can see that there is structure, internal structure, that intima, media, intima is nicely seen in the case of the OCT. But here, IVUS, you can see some blurring of the vision, and there is some kind of the shadow that may cause the limitation of interpretation of the IVUS images. That is the limitation of the IVUS. But IVUS has a robust data and most useful and more you can use for all of the patient. But OCT cannot be used in the maybe difficult to use in the setting of the especially renal failure patients. And also in our subset, the IVUS is less expensive than OCT. So expense is a big factor for that. But both of the devices is used, but not really penetrating. In the USA, only 80% of the penetration is by the imaging technique. And in Japan, as everything is covered with insurance, their penetration is more than 90%. In Asian country, maybe in Bangladesh, I will say that less than 5%, even only maybe I will say that 1 to 2% penetration of the IVUS, and OCT further less like this. Now, this is the coronary anatomy. We can see that the intracoronary imaging anatomy or functional assessment, that is physiology. Another important is the physiology. And improvement assessment of these coronary lesion, fractional flow result, FFR, accurately assessment of the hemodynamic significance. Sometimes if the lesion is intermediate, if the lesion is more than 90%, then you can depend on the coronary angiography finding. But if the lesion is less than 90 and intermediary, then it is very difficult to predict whether the lesion is significant or not. That's why FFR is introduced. FFR is very important tool, and FFR is class 1A indication in the setting of the assessment of the intermediate lesion. But IVUS OCT is still class 2 indication. So that's why the indication wise in ACC and ESC, FFR IVUS class 1 indication in the intermediate lesion and multiple coronary diseases, but IVUS and OCT, the still indication is class 2A, and especially it is recommended only in the complex subset of the patient, either left main or bifractional lesion or CTO or calcified lesion. Now, anatomy versus physiology, 2 clinical setting is PCI indicated. That has to confirm. That is important. That is indicated. And technical aspect of the PCI, that is characteristics of the lesion, is the PCI result is optimum. That is also the question has to be. And this is the FFR. We can see that this is the narrowing of the vessel, and this is the distal pressure and the proximal pressure. And the difference is the proximal distal pressure, and that is that is pressure distally and pressure proximally, then we calculated it FFR. And if FFR is 0.8 or more, then it's normal. If FFR is 0.7 or less, then it is ischemic. Now we can see that if the FFR is less than 0.8, then this patient has to be treated by stent implantation. But the FFR is more than 8, we can treat the patient medically. And if the stent is used, then this is harmful. That is harmful. That's why FFR is very useful, especially in the setting of the intermediate lesions. And this is the devices we are using that. And in FFR, adenosine is required to produce hyperemia. But in IFR, there is another devices that the hyperemia is not reduced, but most of the time we're using the FFR. You can shift the adenosine either in the bolus or IV drip. And you can see this is one of the pictures. Here two lesions, one is the proximal, one is the after that. And here the FFR is 0.65, that indicates it's significant. But in A, there is lesion, but here this FFR is 0.1, that it is not significant. So this portion has to be stented. And we can see that the angiographically, the OM lesion, this is branch of the circumflexion, is very tight. And everybody will say that this lesion has to be stented. But when FFR done, FFR is 0.88, that indicates it is not significant. But if we depend only on the angiogram and do the PCI of circumflexion, then it will be overtreated. So FFR is useful tools. Please use it when it is indicated. And this is the lesion, one of the RC lesion, FFR is 0.84. And so we can say when and how to use the imaging and physiology. That is the question. Okay, now that I have all of this tool, new imaging and physiology technology, how can I develop rational use algorithm to help optimize the PC outcome? We cannot use the imaging like in Japan for everybody in our subset of the patients, but we have to know that which patient we have to do the imaging, and also we have to know the when we have to use the FFR. That is very important, especially a multivessel disease, especially in the intermediate lesion. We have to do the FFR estimation before putting a stent. Exactly, if we do the left main lesion, evaluate the left main, we have to depend on the IVUS to detect how the coronary lesion is. Sometimes it is underestimated, sometimes it is overestimated. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I have concluded my presentation, and thank you again. So, dream will come true when we use the every modalities properly.
Thank you, Afzalur. That was really wonderful presentation and very appropriate for a health tech meeting of our Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, because I'm sure that people who are listening to this talk now can understand that how we, the interventional cardiologists, are using very advanced technologies in the treatment of complex heart diseases for our patients in a very skillful manner. All of us, my colleagues and everyone today is very skilled to have used these technologies for bringing a good health, good heart for their patient. So we'll have some questions later on. May I call now Dr. Prakash Hajra to present to us his talk. Dr. Prakash Hajra is an upcoming, extremely updated interventional cardiologist of India, and he comes from AMRI Hospital. Is the director and head of the department. I'm sure that his talk will be extremely useful for all of us. Dr. Hajra, please.
So thank you, Ravinda, for introducing me. Today's talk will be absolutely away from my specialty and skill, a new skill, prostate artery embolizations, catheter-based angioplasty for the benign hypertrophy of prostate. We in AMRI, as a team, we believe and we do different things, and we also do things differently. And just because our motto is to bring innovation in eastern part of India. And to do that, you have to go back into the history. And the history, you have many things which was done like angiography, catheter 1854. Then we moved with new technology, PTCA in 1977. Then first a knifeless valve replacement in 2002 by Alan Crebier. Then in 2020, what just recently we discussed is intravascular lithotripsy or shock wave therapy has been introduced for the first time in India in 2020. And also in the history, we have seen there are many legends, many legends. They are still alive and they are luminaries, and they have brought this new technology, new technique like angiography, ablation, CATs, that Impella, then your Somaraju stent in Indian scenario to help people at economic and at a very economic cost. So these are the testimony of first few things which happened in my hospital for TAVI, for artificial heart, for wireless pacemaker, then for obesity, angioplasty, then the micro pacemaker, etc., etc. And there are many concepts for the first time originated from my hospital. This is kind of not an arrogant statement, but just to make aware the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, the honored organizations, about the first renal denervations originated in India from our center, TAVR, Electroser. And PAE is also for the first time in eastern part of India. And this concept, is like, when you have a neuron and when it dies with ischemia or stroke, it becomes a dust. And similarly, the cardiac muscle, cardiac cell, when they die, they lose the whole integrity of the cells, and this is instant and cannot be reversed. Similarly, in the prostate, you have prostatic cells which grow in size with time, and once you kill them with PVA particle, they die forever. They usually do not regenerate. And this is the concept, and this is the first man to have their prostate artery embolations, and he himself came for embolations after social media propaganda, and we offered that. Now, when I got a patient of my own, 78 years male, developed massive bleeding hematuria per urethra, just after having an angioplasty done his left main. And nobody was willing to operate. Nobody was willing to operate on him because there is a high risk of death during anesthesia like TURP or HOLER, which is done under spinal anesthesia or in general anesthesia with ventilations. So high morbidity, high mortality. Then I searched the literature that PAE is done and maybe very safe procedure in many of these people who bleed, there's a large prostate, catheter light, and it improves the symptom instantly on the table. And this concept came from Portugal. Now all over, there are more than 10,000 patients who has benefited from this embolizations procedure, which we do the best because we know how to handle the catheter, how to do the angiography. So this is a pelvic organ, and this organ progressively enlarges with time. And if you do the prostate artery embolizations, it immediately shrinks. The complication rate is almost negligible. Nobody has died out of my 26 patients in last 1 year. And there are a lot of data in China 2014, Switzerland 2018, Spain 2020. So this is proved therapy and is not as a class 1 therapy because of obvious reason, because these patients are not being referred by urologists. If they start referring these patients for prostate artery embolations, probably they lose their bread and butter. And it is so obvious now that in the sham control trial, like you do an angiography, don't do anything on the prostatic artery, and you have a separate group like RDN hypertension trial, this very famous trial, sham control trial in hypertension. And this has proved that even in sham, there is no benefit in prostatic symptoms, hesitancy, retentions, bladder light, voiding, the jet of urine in male versus sham. So it is beyond any doubt that it works, and definitely works on the very first hour, very first day, very first month, and very first year. Uterus versus prostate, this in female, you have uterus and the ovaries, as you grow old, your uterus size shrinks, whereas fortunately, the prostatic growth is slow, but with aging, the prostate becomes large and large. And this large prostate can give rise to many urinary symptoms. So if you go for reverse aging concept, the prostate should remain as small as possible, and uterus should remain as large as possible throughout their life, so that the female can conceive again and men are relieved of prostatic symptoms. Now in this cartoon, I have shown that by catheter, you pass a small microcatheter in the very small minute arteries of the prostate, and you inject alcohol particle, and you instantly kill those prostatic cells, and the prostate becomes smaller. The next morning, they go home next morning without anesthesia, without knife, without stitches, without blood, without infections, without any ejaculatory problem, which usually we face in prostatic surgery. Now in heart, this cholesterol artery gets larger and larger with time, and one day it ruptures that causes heart attack. Similarly, in the prostate, it enlarges, and one day it bleeds profusely, you get hematuria. Yes, then you go to urologist, he asks for surgery, but if you have come to me, I would suggest that in all prostatic hypertrophy, there is one instant relief, that is catheter-based or angioplasty-based embolizations, which we do for bleeding GI, bleeding uterus, or bleeding breasts.
CCM therapy
We deliver energy from a pacemaker to the heart, and this generator is visible and is permanent and continuous. Whereas in prostate, this is one-time procedure, and you don't see anything left behind, like a stent, like a pacemaker, like a wire, like a coil in your body. You just inject a glue, which gets embolized instantly on X-ray, and that is through a 5 French catheter, and this catheter is smaller than link pen tip. And this is one of the procedure, Mr. Chiranjeev Roy, 88 years male, AMRI, I think this was done way back last year, and we inject through this very tiny catheter in a very, very tiny vessel, which is almost 100 times lesser than heart artery sizes. So imagine these small arteries goes into the prostate, bladder, rectum, penis, and smaller organs. You have to go very selectively. And this is not a rocket science to understand that if the arteries are small, your catheter, your device, your particle should be smaller. So it is in micron size, and we can embolize instantly. It can compete, it can be complementary, it can be competitive, can be superior to many HOLEP, QRP, because of ease of doing, very small learning curve. Maybe 1 or 2 cases you do as an angioplasty or a radiologist, you can learn this prostatic angioplasty. Does not require any blood. Whereas in laser, very, very costly, very stiff learning curve, and you get a lot of complications. So it's time, ladies and gentlemen, technique and technology, both are advancing. Sometimes you need to have both. And when you talk about this technique, first time many people, they don't believe, but when you say that it gives instant quality of life, people will be happy to accept that. So need lot of narratives, discussions, and dispersion of knowledge to the community through Bengal Chamber of Commerce, so that it is easily available, attractive, affordable solution to many people who will one day grow old, will have prostatic problem, will not require a knife, will not require a ventilations, or not be destined to death because of complications. It works in prostatic large cancer. So this is a large prostate, 500 grams. There is no surgery available in this world which can remove this prostate, but only one, that is embolizations. Large prostate, COPD, diabetic, 90 years, catheter life, ports, ejection fractures. So these are the people who will benefit from this technique. So ladies and gentlemen, it is not one day, maybe in day one, for many people who are suffering from this problem, for very, very disturbing good quality of life. So one day or day one, you decide. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hajra. So it was completely a different area, which I'm sure that many of us may not have any experience or in that way any knowledge about this particular procedure. It sounds extremely innovative. This technique, if can be popularized, and if other people can be trained, including myself, we'll be very grateful, Prakash. And the knowledge has to be disseminated, the skill has to be shared, and need to be taught, trained and taught. I'm sure it will be, we can have some discussion later on. So don't go away, stay back. Meanwhile, may I call Dr. Dilip Kumar to talk to us on his topic. Dr. Dilip Kumar is a director of Cath Lab of Medica Group of Hospital, and he is going to talk to us about some technology and intervention technology in cardiovascular system, particularly the aortic valve replacement, the TAVR, which is a new modality of valve surgery without any knife. So Dr. Dilip is going to educate us on transcatheter aortic valve replacement. We have some experience in our hospital, and I'm sure that he's going to share some of those cases. Thank you very much. Dilip, all yours. Dilip, go ahead. Start. Start. We can see your slide. Go to show and start talking. Slide show.
Yeah. So thanks for having me here. And we heard wonderful lectures. And what better could be a topic than transcatheter aortic valve replacement to speak on this platform, health tech platform, as TAVR is a glaring example of advancements in medical engineering and technology. So transcatheter aortic valve replacement, the word used in which is used in the US, and the same technology is used in Europe as transcatheter aortic valve implantation. So they mean same, and essentially it is replacing the cardiac valve, the aortic valve, without putting knife on the patient's chest. So we obviously don't put knife, but we use punctures, the needles, to make some holes, and through this hole we take the catheters up and we take the device down in the heart and implant it at the proper position. So we can see the aortic valve here. This shows heavily calcified valve. So as we age, there is a calcium deposition which happens on aortic valve. And when this calcium deposition becomes so much that it starts obstructing the flow across the aortic valve, and finally it leads to a pressure gradient of around more than 64 peak and 45 mean, then we call it a severe aortic stenosis. And the valve orifice area of the valve, if it comes less than 1 centimeter square, then also we call it severe aortic stenosis. And when severe aortic stenosis patients become symptomatic, then the decline in the survival is really, really rapid. So what we call 2, 3, and 5 years. So if the patient has dyspnea with aortic stenosis, he's going to die in 2 years, mean of 2 years. He's having syncope, then he's going to die in 3 years. And if he's getting anginal symptoms with severe aortic stenosis, he's going to die in 5 years. So this is what we see, a very steep decline in the survival. So we have to work in this 2 to 3 years to salvage these patients. Transcatheter aortic valve, essentially it was designed and conceptualized for those patients who were surgically inoperable. So surgically turned down patients who were waiting to die. On these patients, initially the transcatheter aortic valve was tried. And now we have got two kind of valves. One is balloon expandable, and second is balloon self-expandable valves. And when we do TAVI, we take care of, we always see the groin vessels, what we call femoral arteries, which should be good enough to take the device, and we can negotiate this device up to the aortic level. We also see the central vessels, which comes from the aortic arch, and if the calcium burden is high, if the patient has a previous history of stroke, then we have to take care, like we have to put some filters, and then we have to do TAVI. This is the first description of valve sutured in a stent animal model in 1992 by Henning Andersen. And obviously it encountered a lot of problems, but it also gave us an idea that these things are feasible. And first in-man, in-human transplantation of the cardiac valve TAVR was done on 16th April 2002 by Professor Alan Crebier. This patient was, the TAVR was done on compassionate ground. The patient was surgically turned down by 4 hospitals. He was waiting to die. I think survival of the patient was only 21 days. So they were expecting this patient to die in next 2-3 weeks. And then he got an approval for use of his, transcatheter valve on a compassionate basis. He did it, and patient survived, and then began the story of TAVR, and it has become a success story, and it is going with a huge success. So Dr. Crebier joined hand with Edwards company, and they designed a valve which got CE approval in 2007 by the initial studies. So good reports, and then the core valve came in picture, and 2011 there was a FDA approval for Edwards Sapiens. And nowadays we have got our own Indian MyValve and Hydra valves, which are really promising. And I hope the success story of Indian valves will be as great as Indian vaccines. So MyValve and Hydra valve, especially Hydra valve, it looks very promising. The cost and the design of the valve looks, it gives a lot of hope. So we are now working with the new generation devices, which can be negotiated through only 14 French sheets. And the newer valves have got high flexibility. They have got easy coronary access in case there is a coronary occlusion after this deployment of the device. There is optimized hemodynamics, and there is reduced conduction abnormalities. You can see no flaring in the lower margin of the stent device. So it reduces the conduction abnormalities, and chances of pacemaker becomes less. So these are some new advancements in the valve technology. They are also better seen fluoroscopically, and they can be recaptured. If the position is not correct, then we can recapture it and redeploy it. So a lot of safety parameters are there. It can be negotiated through 14 French sheets. So the complication rate has really gone down. And this is what is reflecting in clinical practice. The TAVR cases has surpassed surgery, and it has passed a 250,000 mark in US. And this is happening only with majority of the cases being done on high and intermediate surgical risk patients. And although the FDA has given clearance for use of these devices in low risk patients, but still the penetration in low risk is very less. So we can all imagine the situation when all low risk patients will be undergoing TAVR, then what kind of market for this technology would be in coming years. So when we plan a TAVI device with TAVI implantation, the CT angio and the CT scan evolution is the cornerstone, and it's a basic principle. We image the aorta, we image the aortic valve, we image the femoral arteries, we image the coronary heights, and this is how we get a picture. It will exactly tell us how much the annulus diameter, how much the annular perimeter, and then we decide the sizes of the valve. It tells us how much the height of coronaries are from the annulus. If it is more than 12, we are really fairly comfortable. And if the femoral arteries are more than 5.5 millimeter, then there's high chances that there will be no complication in the peripheral vessels. So even though we have seen the CT angio, the femorals, we image it again in the cath lab to see it again. There is we have to puncture a disease-free state, place, and it has to be in common femoral artery, not in the SFA, because the common femoral has a bigger diameter, and when we puncture it, we can take our device safely. And then we take the confida wire in. You can see a pigtail in the aorta, and then a temporary catheter which spaces the heart while we deploy the TAVI. Before we take the transcatheter valve down, we dilate the aortic valve with Zoomed balloon, and it basically enhances and betters the hemodynamics. It kind of clear some of the calcium. It can break some of the calcium. The valve is getting dilated so that we can take down our transcatheter valve. And then the valve is negotiated and it is placed after we see that the height of the valve where we're deploying is appropriate, should not be low. Then it can cause conduction abnormalities. If it is high, then chances of embolization is there. If there are chances of coronary occlusion will be there. So we see there are different ways to make that the height of the deployment is correct. What we call a bicuspal view, cuspal overlap view, or we make a view where all these three sinuses are in one plane, and then we can decide basically the depth of the implantation. This is how the device looks like once we place a TAVI, and this aortic injection reveals there is very minimal AR, which is very good, acceptable. The coronaries are flowing. So this is a wonderful device technique, and that's why you can appreciate in 2019, TAVR volume in the US was around 72,000. And all forms of TAVRs, surgical aortic valve replacements, were something around 57,000. So you can appreciate it's not only surpassed the surgical aortic valve surgeries, but it has surpassed by a great margin, something like 15,000 patients in a year. In Europe, in EU also, the trend is same. In 2019, in EU, total of 40,000 TAVRs happened in Europe. But look at the figures from India. In India, TAVI procedures are currently not even 0.5% of TAVR cases. In the US and Europe, where TAVI has surpassed the surgical numbers, we are struggling around 0.5% of surgical cases. This is really pathetic. So what are the challenges? Why we are not able to catch up with the surgical valves? So the basic problem is the cost and the reimbursement policy. Yesterday only we were discussing about a simple device called OCT, what Dr. Chalur Rahman showed us elegantly. And many of the schemes gives a cost of surgical reimbursement of 30,000 Indian rupees, and the cost of a catheter is 90,000. So how can one perform these techniques and the refinements, the advancements in technology? How can we use these devices? So reimbursement policies have to be readdressed. Cost, we are very hopeful that with the advent of Hydra valve and Indian valves, I think the cost will come down, and we'll be able to match up with our European and US colleagues in coming years. Second problem is acquiring proficiency in TAVR. So obviously, if we are trained, if we can't do TAVR, maybe 10, 15 in a year, we will be becoming less proficient. So what is happening with most of the Indian operators, although they are trained, they have enough exposure, but still the rates of TAVI should be increased to keep everyone the same, technically sound. Some anatomical factors are there. Our Indian populations are shorter in height. We have a lesser body surface area, but they hardly matters when it comes to number of TAVRs and the maybe success as well. So as compared to potential 281,000 patients who require TAVR in India, we are doing TAVI in only 600 patients in a year. So from 280,000, we are doing only 600 cases. We are still, majority, can see the number of patients who are getting deprived of this brilliant, technique and technology and treatment. So let's work on the promise this TAVR has to be passed on to the Indian patients in reality. It should not be cruel as we are right now. It should be as promised as we see in US and Europe. We have the infrastructure, we have the team, but the awareness for the TAVI has to increase. The common, population should know about the TAVI, and then the government schemes, the cost factor, everything we design so that we can pass on the best benefits to the patient. Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot for the patient hearing.
Thank you, Dilip. That was really wonderful. So it's a great presentation. So we finished all of our talks of the session, but I think we need to discuss some of the topics. So may I start with Dr. Shubhanand Roy? Are you there, Dr. Roy?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think your presentation was simply excellent. My only question which I have, I'm sure that, please, everybody should participate. It's a very free kind of discussion. So you talked a lot about calcification, calcium breaking of coronary arteries by rotablation. What about if you have calcium in the peripheral arteries? Like we see patients of calcium in the patients with calcium in the peripheral arteries. Some of the calcium are really very critical. Is there any role of rotablation in peripheral artery calcification, or if not, what are the options we have?
There is only one problem of rotational atherectomy in peripheral arteries. The peripheral arteries are usually very large. Usually most of the calcium, what is seen in the peripheral arteries is in the leg arteries, particularly in the superficial femoral artery, where the arterial diameter is more than 6 millimeters. So as our knowledge goes, the bar to artery ratio should be at least 0.6. In that case, we need a huge sized bar, which is not very easy to run through coronary artery. Nowadays, IVL is being used with a lot of success in peripheral arteries. And that is one of the exciting paradigms of coronary, calcified arteries in peripheral vasculature. And also, DCA, the directional coronary atherectomy, was once upon a time was used in coronary, and it was again, it died its death in coronaries, but it resurfaced in the peripheral arteries, and it shows a good amount of success in peripheral arteries. So particularly because of the larger size of the arteries and the huge calcium burden, maybe the IVL and DCA would be better than rotational atherectomy in the peripheral arteries.
Excellent. Dr. Prakash Hajra, would you like to add something to whatever Dr. Sivananda said?
Yeah, this shockwave, DCA, then cutting balloon, then you have this long balloon, which is like a high pressure balloon and works. And sometimes you have to have both the facilities, like if smaller arteries, rotile work, as he has mentioned, below the knee. But superficial femoral artery, most of the time, we use the shockwave. We can use shockwave, but previously we used to use atherectomy. I agree fully that sometimes it's very difficult, but you can leave them alone, or you can send them for surgery if you're not able to open these calcifications.
But even surgery could be difficult, isn't it? Because if the surgery open it, he may not be able to put a graft beyond that, because the calcified artery. My question is that, sort of this innovative industry or technology is not coming up with something much more advanced, much more sophisticated technique to deal with this calcium breakage?
For the timing, I do not know anything new beyond shockwave or laser. And but beyond shockwave laser, I'm sure there are some drugs which can decalcify the bed protein inhibitions, PCSK9, good sugar control, lifestyle modification, stop smoking, rivaroxaban. So these are the polypharmacy.
Excellent.
Take care.
Coming back to Dr. Afzalur Rahman's presentation, it's a great presentation, especially for this kind of health tech meeting. Only thing, Dr. Rahman, question you talked about IVAS, talked about OCT and FFR. I'm just wondering, can we have a technology which is unique to have all the facilities in the same sort of technique, like called hybrid technique, hybrid image technique? I'm sure there is one hybrid technique which can do both OCT and IVAS. Any comment on that? Anyone from the panel? Dr. Rahman first, maybe Dr. Hajar, Dr. Sivananda, even Dilip, you can also suggest.
No, okay, thank you. I think so. This is a great thought. And suppose we have an integrated coronary angiogram, coronary integrated the FFR. That is the important tools. That is, during the coronary angiogram, we can see the severity of the coronary and severity of the coronary artery, exactly what is going on. And integration of the on the same panel, the integration of the IVAS and the FFR is there, but it is on the same board like that. But three integration, I don't know that FFR, OCT, and IVAS. Maybe some companies coming up, the three company on the same. Maybe other panelists can give the answer for that. That whether there is a combination of the three, OCT, IVAS, and FFR.
Prakash, you have any idea?
I think a very great thought. DIT, double imaging technique, DIT, is already there in Brazil, and it originated from Brazil. Now it is available in many European countries. Seeing is believing. Whatever you speak, people will not believe it. But if you can show something, their calcium, their luminal narrowing and disappearing narrowness, you can show their cholesterol, there's lipids, or the cholesterol getting deposited, getting vanished with the therapy, compressed with the stent or absorbable stent, which stent is vanishing. These are OCTs plus IVUS, and this DIT is also taking a new shape in industry. But these are again costly. But smaller catheter, the problem is if you combine this technology, the size of the catheter will be more on the higher side. And that is the only flip side. But I'm sure with the technique improvement, the size of the catheter will come down, and we'll have more and more kind of this DIT in India in near future.
Can I have a point here?
Yeah.
A very important point, a very interesting and exciting question. First of all, in a coronary artery, you need to know whether your lesion is significant or not. There comes the role of physiology. Next is the anatomy, how it looks like, whether there is calcium, whether your artery is opened, etc. and etc. You see that the physiology, you do not require a lot of things nowadays. Even the computers have shown that from the if you count the TIMI flow, TIMI frame count, and you can be easily, from an angiogram, you can easily assess whether the artery lesion is significant or not.
I'm so happy that you said. I think the Philips company has come up with some software inside the cath lab, isn't it?
Yes, it can be done inside the cath lab, and also it can be done beautifully in CT scans.
Oh.
You get a CT angio and with a CTS FFR, and this will show that you have a very significant lesion in the coronary arteries. So you need not bother about the physiology. You have already got it. The problem is I have a very excellent experience that I want to share. Then in 2000, maybe in 1998, I went to gym, and there a young guy showed a optical fiber. When he placed an optical fiber inside the coronary artery and showed that wonderful pictures of the lumen. And that is the basis of OCT, That guy is one of the pioneers to show that what an optical fiber can do. And see, that is the mother of invention. If we can innovate that, and if we can show that an optical fiber is placed inside the coronary artery and a computer was used to, just to record the visualization, and OCT was born. And you see that the cost is, and I'm answering Dilip's question, the cost is fabulous. But if we can invent and if we can translate this, every one of us had some innovative ideas in our day-to-day life. But we cannot translate this because we do not have the association like that. We need to develop that association.
Kind of facilities. I think you are so right. It reminded me, this chap, CT coronary, CT angiogram, it actually started with, if you all remember, EBCT, electron beam CT. And the chap who started was Stephen Baker. He was with me when I was at Dubai, and I went from Hyderabad to Dubai, and he was with me, and he spent some time with me, very young chap, and then he only focused on that from EBCT to CT angio to 64 to now it is, I think, 512, so advanced facility. So that is a kind of, because he was in that kind of environment to develop his innovative ideas, innovative technologies in reality. But meanwhile, Dilip, if you have some, could you enlighten us about, you talk a lot about QFR. Dilip discuss with me about QFR. Can you share your ideas about QFR, IFR and FFR, those kind of things from the technological point of view, Dilip?
Yeah, I think it's a great point, sir, and it's a great area as well. So when we do FFR, a classical FFR, we have to give adenosine, we have to give, to take the patient again, you have to pass the FFR wire. So, but QFR is a replacement. There is a software, and the same angiographic pictures we can load in this software, and then we have to see it in two different projections. And the machine calculates, depends on how the contrast flow was there, depending on the frame rates. So in the frame rate 1, the contrast was something proximal LED. In frame rate 15, it reached mid LED. So how it behaved, how it, the flow of the contrast was. depending on this basic principle, it gives us an idea that the lesion is significant or not. And
can you highlight whatever Dilip said? What QFR, IFR, so many.
This QFR is basically a software. You take the angiogram, you take two orthogonal views at 90 degree. By frame rate, you can get the same FFR, and the validation is almost to the tune of 98% with IFR and CTFFR. The problem with CTFFR is now that you have to transmit the data to San Francisco and Australia. By transferring this data, it takes time for the reporting, very costly software, and lose the data. Now, this kind of double imaging and double concept is like having binocular visions in human being. So previously, surgeon used to show us their dominance, their arrogance by having a monocular visions that whatever you see as a triple vessel disease can be reclassified as a single vessel disease. They may not need triple grafts or the grafts will occlude. So this newer technology has proved that if you follow angiography by visualizations, by physiology, by some wares, or anatomy by some ultrasound or lights inside the coronary artery, intercardiac imaging, many of the stents can be averted, many of the complications can be averted, the surgical time can be shortened, the life can be good, the mortality can be reduced, the quality will improve, the surgical dominance is dying down. Many of these patients left main turned down surgically because of the comorbidities. Now we can fix their arteries by putting very thin, ultra thin, extremely thin stent with help of imaging, and the complication rate has come down from 5% to 1% by this improvement in technique, technology, and constant learning and digitalizations of health and social media. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Absolutely. Can you just further? I think this is a great thing that you said that with the imaging, your complication is less, your results are great. Even some of the patients who are otherwise surgical refusal can be accepted. Complex cases. Absolutely. What is your comment about the imaging status in Bangladesh at the moment, or even other countries? Because you are involved in the BIT group, so I'm sure that you know that how the developing world, the South Asia region, is taking these imaging facilities for patients.
Actually, if you check in Bangladesh, the imaging was very bad. And you can see that before coming to the Gary Mills, to the BIT meeting 4 or 5 years back, in IVAS was not used. Then first time the Gary Mills was come here and he demonstrated and motivated our doctors to do it. So we are the BIT and you are on board that after that the imaging is penetrating in Bangladesh. Still the penetration is far, far less. I'm sure the imaging also less penetrated in India. Maybe the main reason is that the imaging and the imaging like the OCT and IVAS, interpretation of the main thing has to be the doctors should train properly as a fellowship when they got the fellowships, because the interpretation is very difficult. So this is one of the important, and it is the interpretation and translation into the procedure. And it is very sometimes difficult, even at the experienced hands, we are facing a lot of the problem. That's why it has to be incorporated in the fellowship training programs, number one. Number two is the pricing is a big factor. And also also we have to focus that which of the lesion has to be treated by the IVAS and imaging. And we also reproduce that it is not a costly, it is a cost effective that has to be proven to our colleague and also the patient. Because if the patient come back with a restenosis, if the patient come back with a set, then the expense will more and patient will die. But if we use the imaging like IVAS and OCT, whatever modality you have, then the outcome will be better that the long-term longevity will be better, and the instant stenosis will be less, and the instant thrombosis will be less, and the patient outcome will be better. If you can translate in this way in the doctors community, patient community, and also we have to be covered up by the insurance coverage. That's also important. In Bangladesh, we have no insurance coverage. That is the main limitation in Bangladesh. I'm not sure that India, the imaging is also covered by the India or not. I'm not sure. But if you look at Japan, it is full coverage. That's when in Japan 90%. In USA they want to use it, but there is no insurance coverage of the imaging. That's why it is 20%. And other thing, there is less data that all of the patient will benefited by using the imaging, long-term data. There is no proven data like that, except in the complex situation, like left main, like bifurcation lesion, like CTO lesion. That is the superior. Other lesion is not a superior. So randomly use of the IVAS, I will not recommend that. So these are the reasons that we can address that.
Dr. Shubhanandre, just a quick comment from you. One, he said about the insurance thing. I think in India, it is already insurance. They subsidize, for the health, like say central government, state government is already there. Just would like to have your comment. Second is a comment about you are using rotablation. Do you think these companies or industries are sort of adopting a further advancement of the current technology of rota? Dr. Ray.
This is an amazing question, because Robin knows very well that there are certain modifications of rotational atherectomy which has not come in India. I don't know the reason, but still we are lagging behind the US. That Rota Pro has started many years back, perhaps in US, but still it has not come. But really, does it matter? I do not think that really matters. The main problem of Rota is the Rota wear. They tried a lot with the Rota wear. They tried to use nitinol in Rota wear, but they failed. That innovation failed. Actually, the Rota wear, the flimsy Rota wear, that is the success, or that is the weakness of Rota.
No, Dr. Roy, actually, I'll tell you very frankly, now sort of myself and then Bengal Chamber and a health committee, actually, we are trying to work with IIT. So if you could give us some idea in this session in a 1 minute time, so we can actually share with our IIT colleagues through Bengal Chamber and take you also as an advisor for some kind of project, if it can be designed. A quick comment about it.
Basically, the most important comment should be, most important area we should develop is the imaging. We need to have our own imaging technique. As we have come out with valves, it has reduced the cost from 17 lakhs to now it is 10 lakhs. We need to develop our imaging technique. Yes, and if somebody could develop a OCT from an optical fiber, why don't we develop that? We need to. We have a very brilliant people in IIT, so I invite everybody to come and to think over it, so that we develop our imaging. Without imaging, our angioplasty will be half done.
Excellent. I'm going to take this point. Maybe we can discuss in our health committee meeting. And
I have to leave for another meeting. Yeah.
Thank you.
If you have any question on prostate?
Just before we leave, just any question to Prakash on prostate, because I don't know anything. I can only share one experience of mine. There is a periuterine sort of multiple vascular deformity. So I did embolization, and a patient came from Bihar, and she is doing very well. This is the only experience I have. Anybody an experience, because this is a very innovative technique?
No, I have a small experience of prostatic artery embolization, because in my hospital it was being practiced by Dr. Ashok Dhar, and actually we have not done prostatic embolization in Parsi prostates. We did embolization in our, prostatic bleedings, when there is a huge bleeding from the prostate, or chemotherapy was given through the prostatic artery. The problem of I could see that prostatic arteries are not fixed arteries. They come from middle rectal artery, sometimes from a lot of other arteries too. If you look at the internal arteries, it is like a pes anserinus. The first branch is obturated. We have, both of us have shared the anatomy.
One is excellent from anatomy point of view. Excellent, outstanding. My guru.
No, the point is, it is very difficult sometimes to fix up the artery, from which artery it is coming out. If it is coming from the middle rectal artery, sometimes the rectum and anal canal may be damaged. That is the one, fear I have when abnormal, or when the main prostatic artery comes out from middle rectal artery. If it comes from the other arteries like obturator umbilical artery sometimes from the inferior gluteal artery. I do not mind.
Yeah, any comment?
Yeah, to obviate the difficulties, you have a CT angio now, excellent CT angio, hybrid lab. So when you're doing a angiogram, you just inject the dye in the iliac artery. You do the CT scan. That is a luxury. But if you have the private CT scan, this is so obvious that we have only type 4, type 1 to type 4, 4 types of prostatic artery. See, it's a very small educational thing to learn. And so I also didn't know anything about prostate. It was not my domain. So when I got the instant relief and the happiness of the people, the next void of urine, they feel so happy. It's as if like they're having another orgasmic feel in 80 years.
Excellent. I think before Prakash, just hold for a minute or so. I take quick questions from you because Dilip has presented nicely TAVR. But last slide was a bit of depressing for Indian thing because so many 200,000 people are in the waiting list. We are only doing so small. What we should do? Maybe yourself, Dr. Roy can give a comment about Indian scenario. Then I'll ask Dr. Afzalur to give a TAVR in Bangladesh scenario. First,
the problem is the price and the pocket and the pain in having smaller groin arteries. These are the two most difficulties having TAVR in Indian subjects. Now, the cost of TAVR therapy has come down. There should be some NGOs, the central government should give some help and should be the accessories should be manufactured in India. We can produce good dilator, good wear at very nominal price. And this valve is developed in India, but the accessories are costly. So everything is coming as a package, and this package can be reduced further with the help of the industry only. We cannot do much. We can give some ideas, as you have mentioned. Correct. But our engineers, our tech guys, should act on our ideas and should lead it forward.
Absolutely. Afzalur, what is the scenario in Bangladesh?
Bangladesh, we have only 1 or 2 TAVR, and some of the people is from Bangladesh to going to the outside, abroad, India especially, doing the TAVR. Some of the people, but in Bangladesh, the TAVR is not routinely done. The reason is that one thing is that we have to make the confidence of the patient that TAVR to be done in our own country. That's most important. Number 2 is that the expense. It is very expensive tool still. Indian the valve is less expensive, but the Indian valve has a limitation of the sizes. I think so at present they have not really so many sizes. And other thing is that Prakash told that I will add one thing, that in the elderly patients, and people don't like to spend so much money because the money is coming to the pocket, because they have to spend this money for their children, for our daughter, marriage or education purpose, but 80 years is, and they don't like to put the additional amount of the money to these people. So it is really bad to hear, but it is reality, because this money is coming from the own pocket. So there should be some coverage by the insurance somehow.
This is excellent. This is excellent. The point, I must admit that Afzalur's comment is absolutely realistic and humanitarian grounds. So, and also I can tell you one thing, Ravin, very soon the valves will be affordable, because I have seen that it is coming down, and that people are trying to come with valves less than 5 lakhs. So money will not be a problem. It is a mindset. Yes. And also that is very, very important, that in an elderly, people do not want to, put money on elderly people, because their life is, it is very sad and, but
even in the Western world nowadays, the surgeons are doing, they stopped doing surgery. They are learning cardiac catheterization.
Exactly. And also I have seen neurological neurosurgeons. They are doing neurointervention.
Agreed.
In my hospital, there is a neurosurgeon who is doing neurointervention.
Excellent. So there is a changeover. I think, Dilip, you have any comment on TAVR? What are your views?
Dr. Subarn Rai and Dr. Dr. Afzalur told very pertinent. Maybe the golden days are waiting. So once we see Swasthya and Ayushman Bharat, kind of 5-6 lakhs, and then the cost becomes less than 5 lakhs.
Agreed.
And then will be huge number of TAVI we will be able to do. I foresee this future. I think it is going to be, a real world picture in coming years, next 1-2 years.
I think we have taken all the comments, and I'm sure that it's a great session. We all agree, and I enjoyed personally. Every speaker really spoke so well, especially on the technical part of the talk, not exactly medical kind of talk that we doctors give. And is that medical jargons were not there, purely focused for the technical advancement, technology in healthcare, befitting with the health tech, fourth health tech of 2021. With that, I close the session. May I request Angana to take over the session. Angana, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Dilip Kumar, Dr. Subbanare, Dr. Prakash Rajran, Afzalur Rahman. Thank you very much to be a very wonderful speakers. And thank you all the audience who listened to us. Hopefully it will have some meaning towards you. Angana, please take over the session.
Thank you, doctors. Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty, Dr. Shubhanand, Dr. Afzalur Rahman, Dr. P.K. Hazra, and Dr. Dilip Kumar for joining us in the technology adoption of cardiovascular. Our next session would be technology adoption in immunology and rheumatology. It is scheduled at 8 p.m. IST. So you were requested to join us back at 8 p.m. IST for technology adoption in immunology and rheumatology. It would be chaired by Kanjaksha Ghosh, Dr. Professor Kanjaksha Ghosh, and would be co-chaired by our Dr. Robin Chakraborty. So join us back at 8 p.m. IST. Thank you.
Thank you, Angana. Thank you. So thank you very much. We'll see you all.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And this needs to be, there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
we are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আপিসপাড়ার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আপিসপাড়ায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars, but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100 plus activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2B.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কার খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars, but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over.
We're live now. Welcome to the concluding session of 4th edition of Health Tech, presented to you by Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Medical Super Specialty Hospital. Our knowledge partner is PwC, and this program is being presented in association with Woodlands Hospital. This session is technology adoption in healthcare delivery in immunology and rheumatology. So I would request the chairperson of the Health Committee of the Bengal Chamber, who is also Senior Vice Chairman, Cardiology Services and Senior Consultant, Interventional Cardiologist, Medical Super Specialty Hospital, Dr. Robin Chakraborty, to please introduce the other speakers and take the session forward, along with the chairperson with this session, Professor Dr. Kanjaksha Ghosh, former Director, National Institute of Immunohematology, ICMR.
Thank you, Angana. Thank you, So as we all know, this is the last session of Health Tech 2021, fourth edition of Health Tech. This is a meeting which is going on for 4 years along with the Medica Super Specialty Hospital and other hospitals of the city. So, but it is a forum where we actually talk more about technology rather than the clinical thing. It was mostly made for the common people, other professionals. So, and the previous session was really great. People talked on cardiovascular technology, and the session before was also an excellent session on the technology application, especially the digital technology in healthcare. That was great, especially the talk from New York was excellent. So in this particular session, the session will be chaired by Dr. Kanjaksha Ghosh, Professor Kanjaksha Ghosh. He's a phenomenal person from the knowledge point of view, from the medical knowledge and its application and the technology, particularly in relation to immunology and hematology. He is now former director of National Institute of Immunology and Hematology, ICMR, Mumbai. So may I request Professor Kanjaksha Ghosh to start the session and introduce our speakers, Dr. Amit Dinda, Dr. Shiva Prasad Rai Chaudhary, and Sri Tikana Rai Chaudhary. Dr. Kanjaksha Ghosh, chairperson of this particular session. Professor Ghosh, please.
Thank you, Dr. Robin. And actually, what is the order in which Dr. Amit will be speaking first? Hello.
Shiva Prasad Rai Chaudhary is speaking first, and then Dr. Amit Dinda, and then Dr. Sri Tikana Rai Chaudhary.
So the introduction, I think you do, because I do not have the details of each of them. Then I will be talking.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Shiva Prasad Rai Chaudhary is a professor of medicine immunology in California University of Davis, but he has a background of his basic training from Kolkata Medical College MBBS, and then MD from PGI Ahmed Chandigarh. Then he was in USA and has developed himself in the area of immunology and immunology and the clinical medicine. So it is a great honor for us to have Dr. Rai Chaudhary here in this particular session. And
yes, Professor Rai. Yeah. Professor Rai Chaudhary, please.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk in this forum. You can see my slide?
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay. So it's a great honor to be here. And I was just talking among ourselves.
Go to the slideshow. So we don't need to see the other slides. Click on that. That's it. Okay.
So we are just talking about ourselves that Dr. Ravin Chakraborty, Ravinda, put us all together. We all grew up in Kolkata, and then we moved to All India Institute and PGI, and some of us moved to both of the places. And now we are meeting, this group is meeting after 30 years. So we were young and very energetic on those days. So I'm remembering our fun days in those times. Thank you again. So I'm going to talk, it's a technology forum, as mentioned by Professor Chakraborty. So my title of my talk is Molecular Imaging, a Diagnostic Tool for Autoimmune Diseases. So how do we define autoimmune disease? Autoimmunity is an immune response directed against an antigen within the body of the host. The definition does not distinguish whether the response is innate or acquired, and if acquired, whether it is induced by a foreign or by an existing in vivo antigen. These are heterogeneous group of inflammatory, generally chronic disorders of unknown cause. This affects multiple tissue and organ system. So in many conditions, the whole body gets affected, and it becomes clinically challenging to take care of these conditions. The basic principle, immunological principle, is these are associated with T lymphocyte activation or autoantibody formation by the dysregulated immune system. Immune complexes together with the inflammatory cytokines cause the resulting tissue damage. Spectrum of autoimmune disease is very broad. It can be a limited disease like alopecia only restricted to the hairs, or psoriasis only restricted to the skin, whereas it can be a multi-organ systemic disease like in lupus. It all involves almost all organs. Multiple sclerosis, mainly it affects the CNS system, and so on in other conditions as mentioned here. What's the cause of inflammation and autoimmunity? So for autoimmune disease, there is a genetic predisposition. Like mentioned here, genes such as HLA-B27, HLA-C, IL-23 receptor can be susceptible for conditions called spondyloarthritis, psoriasis, psoriatic arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease, and other genetic predisposition could be like HLA-DR4 for RA, HLA-DR B1 for lupus, and similarly, HLA-DR B115 can be a predisposition for multiple sclerosis. But many of us can have that gene, but we may not get this gene. It needs an environmental factor. Like a classical example is psoriasis, which gets after streptococcal infection of the throat. So environmental factors could be infection, could be toxins, such as patients are getting lupus after exposure to hydralazine or some other drugs, and biomechanical forces, like many times we are getting a inflammation at the site where the tendons are stressed, such as at the site of Achilles tendon. So under the influence of genetic and environmental factors, there is induction of inflammation, and this inflammation leads to condition like autoimmune disease. Disease spectrum. The state of the disease can be different at different time points, as it is showed here in this arrow. So you get it's induced by environmental factor. At some point there could be no inflammation, then gradually the disease becomes mild, moderate, and severe. So my main talk is that can we quantify inflammation? Can we determine the state of inflammation at these different points? And thus, can we make an early diagnosis, not only early diagnosis, how severe these conditions are? So can we quantify inflammation and determine the state of inflammation, different time of points? So these are some of the questions I raised, and similarly it can come to your mind as well. Can we make a longitudinal study of an inflammatory process? Can we quantify the degree of inflammation with the progress of disease? Can we determine the real-time events, that exactly what activity is going on at the site of inflammation? Can we quantify the total inflammatory body, not only in one organ or tissue? Obviously, with current technology, it is difficult to do all this in human. However, can be done partially in animal models, such as shown here. We call it a collagen-induced arthritis. So here we are injecting to a mouse which is prone to arthritis with a different foreign protein. A chicken collagen is getting injected to the mouse, and that with time you are seeing with the day zero, the clinical CS is 0. You can see this paw is not inflamed. With time, the paw is getting swollen and red. Now, this is a clinical observation, so we can say this is mild, moderate, or severe. We cannot give an exact number, and we can do some quantification by doing a histopathological section, but then we have to sacrifice the mouse. So in one mouse, you cannot determine the degree of severity with current technology. So we raise the question that can we quantitate or quantify the inflammation by molecular imaging? So one molecular imaging is already exists, which is used for cancer detection. Probably all of you know it's called PET imaging, PET, positron emission tomography. Basically, the cancer cells are hypermetabolic. They use more glucose. So we inject radioactive glucose, 18F-FDG. Cancer cells being more metabolic, they will accumulate more more this radioactive agent and this radioactive signal can be determined, and basically determines how much of the radioactive agents is there and how much millicurie of 18 FDG is there. It can be determined, and that's why we quantify the amount of the radioactive agent, and thereby we can have an assessment of the cancer spread. So what we did, we hypothesized that as inflammatory cells are also hypermetabolic, so PET imaging can be used to identify and quantify the degree of inflammation. And as you know, to save millions of people, many a times we have to kill tens of mouse. So we first determined to do this experiment in the collagen-induced arthritis model, CIA model. So this is the way we designed the study to quantify the progression and severity of mouse collagen-induced arthritis using an in vivo imaging tool, 18F-FDG, to do the PET-CT imaging and thus validate it against the standard histopathological evaluation, which I showed it to you. So this is here again the same picture. You are seeing that with time, the mouse is developing more arthritis, severe arthritis. The clinical score is going higher. And you can see here the inflammation between the bones is nothing. Here you're seeing minimal inflammation, and here you see the star with blue areas. This is showing diffuse inflammation. Similarly, you can see here the signal, the imaging signal, this red and yellow colors are getting brighter with the degree of inflammation. So this substantiate that this inflammation can be determined by PET imaging technique, and for this you do not have to sacrifice the mouse at different points. This mouse PET imaging can be done on these mice again and again at different points. So once we substantiated that, we are doctors, so then we thought that we should be then able to not only determine inflammation, we should be able to see whether it is responding to treatment. So here you can see at the day 45 before treatment, and then after 10 days of treatment, day 56, you can see the inflammation is gone. And the mouse which was not treated, you are seeing several degree of inflammation. Similarly, in the imaging, you see the imaging signal is going higher, 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 and following treatment, the imaging signal is reduced. So here we developed this imaging system, PET imaging system, a quantitative in vivo preclinical drug screening tool, and now this system we have developed in 5 years. Nobody is doing the conventional collagen-induced arthritis system, and most people are doing this model, and with time, the whole world will be doing this model. So this is to show graphically, you can see, so this is the PET imaging scores, day 28, the day 45, it is going higher, and then on the post-treatment, it is coming down, and it is correlating with the existing parameters. So we raised, can we make a longitudinal study of the inflammatory process without sacrificing the animal? Can we quantify the degree of inflammation with the progress of disease? Can we determine the real-time in vivo events? And can we quantify the total inflammatory burden? And here you can see we cracked the problem, and it is already getting used all over the world. So how do we apply now for the drug development? So many of you knew this molecule, cyclosporine, which is used for autoimmune diseases and in transplant medicine, and how it works, the T cell and the antigen presently getting activated by an phosphatase called calcineurin, and cyclosporine inhibits that, and that's how it inhibits the T cell. So I will not go into details of molecular mechanism. So what happens, the antigen presenting cell and the T cell in autoimmune disease gets activated, as I said, and opens up the calcium channel, and then activates the calcineurin and activating the T cells. Now to keep the calcium flow, the positive ions, you have to keep a balance. You have to take out some positive ions. They go out by the potassium channels. So Kv 1.3 and Kca 3.1. So as cyclosporine has a lot of toxicities, we thought that can we block the potassium channel to get a medicine like cyclosporine for autoimmune diseases, and we applied this technology. So there is a technology when we can block or knock out a gene. So we knocked out the gene KCA3.1, and then we tried to induce arthritis, same way which we showed. You see in the knockout mouse with our model, the elbows are not glowing up, the paws are not glowing up in the knockout mouse, but in the wild mouse, it is glowing up. So easy to show the efficacy and do drug development by using this model. So if this can happen in animal, why it cannot happen in human? So the similar model for arthritis, what we saw there are actually the model for autoimmune arthritis. Those models are autoimmune models for autoimmune diseases. So here you can see we have applied the similar model, the PET imaging model, and this is a hand of a rheumatoid arthritis where wrist gets more inflamed. You can see all these things are glowing up from the PET imaging. The signals are there showing the acute inflammation of the wrist. Whereas psoriatic arthritis, where the bulk of the disease is on the tendon, tenosynovitis. You can see this is the CT scan and this is the PET imaging. The flexor tendons, the extender tendons, all are inflamed with this technology. So this experiments I'm showing in human just to substantiate. But we have to develop a technology to have a better resolution. When we did with the standard PET imaging machine, which is used for diagnosis of cancer, the resolution was so low, so we had to make a machine with a high resolution PET imaging focused on this joint. So after getting this success, we thought, hello?
Yes, we are hearing you.
I heard some sound. Okay, I can continue. Okay, so after finding that we can determine the inflammation, quantify it locally, then we developed this machine called the Exploral Total Body PET CT Scanner. This was made by the physics and the radiology department at our university to visualize and quantify molecular activity at small joints, periarticular, including the enthesis, and to determine the burden of arthritis in the whole body. So this is to give an example that Exploral Total Body PET Scanner clearly demonstrate the difference in disease pattern in rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, and osteoarthritis. You see, osteoarthritis is a non-inflammatory disease. It is only showing some degree in the big joints, whereas psoriatic arthritis is an autoimmune inflammatory disease. It is showing not only big joints, also in the small joints, and there is asymmetry. You see, these are the right and left hand. All the joints are not getting equally affected. Whereas in rheumatoid arthritis, we found that it affects symmetrically, it induces inflammation of the joints, and clinically we think the joints in the lower extremity does not get involved, but you can see that lower extremity also get involved, and the subclinical infection can be determined by this model. And you can see clearly here, this is a black and white picture, osteoarthritis, no inflammation. And in a patient with psoriatic arthritis, there is inflammation. And this is a measure, SUV max, to show the degree of inflammation. You see the SUV max is so high and in the patients with psoriatic arthritis. And so if we can do this, then we should be able to determine the response to the treatment. Here you are seeing a patient with a baseline with PET imaging, and you can see the degree of inflammation, the intense signal in the small joints of the hands and wrist, and after treatment, you cannot see it. So the degree of inflammation can be determined and quantified, and this will be helpful for drug development. And generally, you can see here, this improvement could be seen in 5 weeks, but clinically, the measures we do, that takes 3 months to do. So we think by this technology, we can quantify the inflammation much earlier, and not only that, this will help in various ways. This will help in various ways. This will reduce the cost reduction by reducing the duration of the drug trial, and also the duration of the drug trial will be reduced. So there will be less exposure of these drugs and less toxicity. So again, that's what we do. We work on mouse, then we work on human, and then again we go back to mouse if some more ideas come. So we found that the improvement could be shown in human in 5 weeks by this technology. How early this improvement comes. So we did another series of animal experiments, and this is the day 1 and this is the day 6. You see some of the animals are responding. They are showing response within days, within 6 days, whereas some animals are not responding. You see, their degree of inflammation is not changing. So this has been done so far, and we want to move on, and our future goals are mentioned in this slide so that this technology can be used widely. And as I mentioned, this will be a good model for drug development and preclinical discovery in the animal models, and as well, it will reduce the time exposure, the cost, and the side effects of the drug trials in human. That's our goal with this technology, and I want to stop here. Obviously, these projects were funded by the National Institute of Health, NIH, and National Psoriasis Foundation, and this is our group you can see here, and this is our PET CT and scan machine which we have developed at UC Davis. Thank you very much again, and I shall be happy to answer if you have any questions.
Yes, thank you, Professor Rai Choudhury. Very nice presentation, and thank you for your continuous effort to improve the objectivity of looking into the autoimmune disorders using the PET CT machine. Here we have a question: what is the usual SUV of the small joints, and what is the SUV like when you are looking at the patient with rotting arthritis present? This has been one of the questions.
So SUV max will depend whether you are doing in a focused area, and it will depend when you are doing in the whole body. So it does not have a fixed number. As I was showing in that animal model experiment, that it was varying between 0 to 6. The SUV max according to the degree of severity. So there is no fixed number for that.
Normally in a human being, what you take as the as your lowest SUV comparison, because normally we take for cancer like activity on heart, activity on other place as the baseline, and then look into other areas where the uptake is higher. So is there any such thing in case of human being having one of the arthritis that you take this area as your baseline and then look into it?
Yeah, so what we are doing, as you see, we have a comparison. We have you want to go back to the slide? You want me to put the slide again? That in osteoarthritis, I showed you the SUV.
Yeah, it was clearly black. Nothing was there. That's true.
Yeah, and also I showed you the graph.
Yeah.
Osteoarthritis, the SUV max was probably the whole body was less than 5 in osteoarthritis, and the median of that was around 15 in psoriatic arthritis. So, right. So you can consider that around 5 will be the baseline for any person.
So several salient points which you have made from your presentation with this experiment is that it could be a very good tool for developing drugs, and because the arthritis, the inflammation, the response to inflammation is picked up very early, about in the mice about by 5 or 6 days you are seeing the response, whereas in the other cases it takes longer time if we want to assess it clinically. So you can say whether this drug is working, or you will cut the drug or put something else in case the inflammation is not going down. So that is on the management, obviously it helps. And third is the discrimination. That is, often we have problem when the arthritis begins, is that we know that psoriatic arthropathy is an asymmetric kind of arthritis in contrast to rheumatoid arthritis. But in the beginning, it may not be so clear cut, because, but here you have shown the tendons are the actually main areas where in psoriatic arthritis the involvement happens, in contrast to the joint. So in the pathogenesis also, your instrument will be quite helpful once it develops. One of the questions which remains is how often we can, normally it is very difficult to do repeatedly a PET scan on an arthritis patient. So we need something more advanced, means maybe more of your research, so that you have something like a PET scanner which is simpler and which can be done more often, something like that. Plus your presentation itself, because today's meeting is on digital platform in healthcare. One of the important part of the healthcare, of course, is education. You have educated us through a digital platform already. So this is an exposition that medical education can be extensively done through this digital platform, whether it is immunology or any other subject, as we have been doing through webinars. If we have no other question, then thank you very much. And then thank you very much, Professor Raichaudhuri, for your excellent presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Thank you. And especially, you have summarized very well that the main use of this technology will be to develop drugs, but it can be used to diagnose a disease in an atypical situation. Like, many times a patient can have, let us say, psoriatic arthritis with psoriasis, whether the patient has a psoriasis or not. Just it could be osteoarthritis and psoriasis. In those situations, it can be used as a diagnostic tool. Also, you have clearly mentioned these points. Thank you for comments.
Just before the next speaker starts, Dr. Ghosh, and
yes, please.
Just one quick thought. As you talked, I was thinking, although I'm a cardiologist, so far the rheumatologist, I'm absolutely sort of a stupid fellow, but like a stupid person asking a question. So please excuse me for the question, but as I was thinking that you are trying to compare, let us say, degenerative arthritis versus, say, inflammatory arthritis, and say we have taken rheumatoid arthritis, then atypical asymmetrical arthritis like psoriatic arthritis, which is probably some kind of immunologically mediated arthritis. Now, we also know that there are many arthritis which is something rheumatoid look-alike. Even I am quite aware of such a single joint arthritis which eventually turned out to be rheumatoid arthritis. There are case reports. Now, there are situations when even the rheumatoid arthritis may look different. The point is that when you try to capture the inflammation on inflammatory sort of images by PET scan, is there any kind of gradation by which you can actually say that, well, these are the images which is extremely characteristic of rheumatoid. These are the kind of little variation of those images which may not be exactly rheumatoid, but could be rheumatoid look-alike.
Yes, you're right. And that's one of the purpose, am I right? That here you can quantify the degree of inflammation. So if you see, and if your SUV max is high compared to the baseline, that first would say that this is an inflammatory disease. And then the rheumatoid arthritis, as Dr. Ghosh mentioned, causes more of a synovitis. So if we see the synovial inflammation, not much enthesitis, then probably we can say that, yeah, this is a very atypical form of rheumatoid arthritis. So in atypical condition, we do not need this PET imaging to diagnose a rheumatoid arthritis. But in such situation, you are explaining a monoarthritis. Many a times in rheumatoid arthritis, it can present as a monoarthritis. So this technology can be helpful for that too.
Right, Professor Raichaudhuri. Thank you very much.
So you may invite the next speaker, Dr. Amit Dinda.
Yes, Robin, Amit is your class friend, so introduce him.
Sure. So
He's still in AIMS, or he has retired and gone somewhere.
Yeah. So it's a great. I think he's a sort of the man of nanotechnology in India, probably South Asia region. He's a hero, and it's a great pleasure to invite Dr. Professor Amit Dinda in this important meeting of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and he's going to talk to us and educate us on emerging role of nanotechnology-based innovation in healthcare. Dr. Dinda, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty. And really, I'm grateful for giving me the opportunity. So today, what I'll do, because we work in very large spectrum of the nanotechnology application. So just in 15 minutes, I will give you certain examples from our lab, the technology which we have developed, and particularly 3 of it are going for the clinical trial, and there are several of them in the pipeline. So this will actually explain that this technology is basically enabling technology. You can apply for any kind of the health, the care system if you want. So So the concept of nanoscale, I think all of you know. What we do, we create the mass material into a nanoscale, which is around a size of a virus, 100 nanometer. Sometimes we use 10 to 20 nanometer, and sometimes we use also a little larger one, depending upon the type of use we want to do. And we choose the material and functionalize in such a way that it can do very specific function inside the body, outside the body. And if you really look into the nanotechnology application, now I can't tell you, you cannot, there is not any area where nanotechnology can be applied. It can be used for making aeroplane, the advanced composite, to vaccine development, particularly for COVID. There are solid lipid nanoparticle based, several vaccines are very successful in the market now, I mean in the use now. So with these, see, if you look into the mass application of the nanotechnology, see what we are moving into, we are moving from these large, the technology and instrumentation, we are miniaturizing it into a nano form. And so the whole spectrum of this technology is moving towards nano. And if you look into the healthcare is one of the area, but in electronics and in the material science, in energy, in all other areas, even the textile also, the nanotechnology has done a quite great job now. So if you look into the investment, particularly as it is the forum of the Bengal Chambers of Commerce, if you see in the investment wise in 2020, because of COVID it may be a little less, but almost $3 trillion has been invested in this area of nanotechnology. So far as the health is concerned, the application of nanotechnology can be very diverse. We can use it for imaging, we can use it for the different kind of targeted therapy, we can use it for the point of care devices, the nanobiochip system, the nano sensor which we can embed inside the body, integrated with the IoT devices. So there are a huge number of applications. And when you amalgamate together, we are nowadays telling them that it's emerging technologies in medicine. Now, if you look into the emerging technologies in medicine, the major problem we face nowadays is that how do we assess their safety and efficacy vis-a-vis quality? That means regulatory approval. Who will give this approval, regulatory approval of this? But then in any case, things are moving very fast. I'll give you example, large number of these nanotechnology-based the systems and drugs are now is being used in the market. Now in AIMS, I think what we did over the years, we have developed a very, very interdisciplinary area of nanotechnology research. We have picked up areas of diagnosis in the area of imaging, molecular detection system development, nanobiosensors. Today, I will not give you all the example because of lack of time, and also drug delivery systems which we have developed now. So this is going for clinical trial. Now we have developed the large array from the magnetic, the iron nanosystem, that is SPION, supraparamagnetic iron nanoparticle, And in fact, we are using this system for clinical trial. This will start very soon, is for the spinal cord injury repair in human. I will not be showing that data today. But then the muscle system and many other systems we are now developing are being used for different kind of technology. So this is the array of things we are working now. And but at the same time, as I told you, to any of this technology from the lab, it has to the bedside, then we have to also go for regulatory science research, so nanotoxicity studies. So that area also we are working quite actively. Now, give you very few examples. Now, one of the most successful things which we do is the oral amphotericin B delivery system. Now, here we have used a cholesterol chitosan conjugated nanoparticle, which has got a very high the oral absorption capability. We have shown its biological equivalence, the pharmacological equivalence, and therapeutic equivalence in comparison to the ambisome, that is the widely used liposomal preparation of the amphotericin B, and it is much less toxic than the ambisome, and its oral bypass systems and its tracing also we have shown. And that is obviously it's now going for clinical trial. Apart from that system, we have got the several macrophage targeted delivery system which can be used for the viral infections as well as tuberculosis. But obviously this I am not pushing through because it is much more complex. The different nanogel carrier system we have developed. One of them we are using now in the dual phase hybrid system. So what we are doing, we have picked up one the silk fibroin based the gel, which has got a sol gel kind of the mechanism. It is outside the body. It can be a gel kind of thing, like a shampoo like consistency, where we are dispersing or mixing the gelatin nanoparticle containing your anti-cancer drug, and then this can be injected by ultrasound guidance inside this tumor, and then the drug which will be coming out of this nanoparticle gradually will be dissipating through these the gel system. And the advantage of that system is that not only it can spread in the localized tumor area as a local drug delivery system, but also it can flow through the lymphatics and kill the metastatic cells in this area. But anyway, so there are several things. Because of time, I'm not showing you. The other interesting thing for tuberculosis, when we are requested to develop a nano system, the major problem which we realize is that the people are trying to develop anti-tubercular the delivery system, but then they are mixing the different drugs with different nanoparticle and mixing them together and giving it. The problem is that you cannot create or predict that the particle carrying INH and particle carrying rifampicin will go in that same ratio of biological availability which is needed at the area of the disease. So that's why the technology which we have developed is that 4 anti-tubercular drugs, any of the drugs, in fact 4 drugs, you can develop, you can incorporate in one nanoparticle by layer technology, and we have patented it. I think the things are going on. The cancer nanomedicine is the area where maximum amount of these drugs are nowadays in the market, and this is the typical success of these nanomedicine. And I think all of you know there are the different preparations of doxorubicin, paclitaxel. I'm not going to the details. Some of these drugs which are approved and in the clinical trial, there is a whole list of it, and more of them are going to come in near future. And so our lab also developing, that's why the different the hybrid system of the cancer drug delivery system. In fact, the latest one which we are developing is that the ultrasound sensitive the drug releasing system, where we are putting our drug into a polymeric system, and inside that nanoparticle we are putting some of these the material. When you put ultrasound, they expand. So from the liquid it turns into a gas, and then they burst the polymeric bubble, and so that it can induce the drug release. So that means the nanotechnology applications you can really engineer in a different way. But the major constraint in that is that you have to use the systems which are US FDA approved. In the sense, all the material, your impurities, everything has to be controlled. So there is a big challenge for that, but it is possible to do these things. So what is the context of India? You know, in India, there are several companies who have already developing the nanotechnology based the therapeutics. But in this, I think I wanted to show that also it is progressing quite well, and many of these industries are now trying to invest money in the nano area. I told you in the beginning, the major constraint is that our regulatory approval. Till in India, unless unlike US FDA and European Union, the nanotechnology based system is very difficult to pass through the regulatory agency. So I'll give you a few of the examples in our lab. So we worked with the gold nanoparticle and developed the particle for imaging. One of the major problems in the gold nanoparticle is that if you make the size little larger, more than 10 nanometer, then the chance of sequestration inside the body is quite high. And so we have shown that using nanoparticle which is less than 10 nanometer and less, it actually goes out of the body through urine very quickly. And in fact, it is possible to do the image intensification in our mouse animal model tumor. But the problem is that we are not pushing this technology because the need of the amount of gold nanoparticle for a good imaging in human system will be pretty high. So though we have developed the technology, we are not pushing it. Similarly, we have developed another technology where as a contrast agent for MRI, we are using the iron oxide nanoparticle. This is already done by some of the companies like DuPont, but then our system is very different. We have a targeted imaging kind of system, and we have published it, and the more work is going on in the system. Now for the in vivo near infrared fluorescence imaging, I think a little different type of imaging system which Dr. Raichaudhuri has shown. So there we are using some of these, the fluorescent molecule which has got travel, the fluorescence can travel more than a 12 centimeter kind of situation, and these are usually near infrared based imaging system. And we have used quantum dot, but then quantum dot cannot be used inside the body. So we use these polymeric nanoparticle doped with some of these the near infrared imaging. In mouse, it is working very well, but I think we have to go a little far off for using for human imaging, and we have. I think in future it will be possible to do. This is a BIRAC project we are working with, where we have done what the cytokeratin conjugated the nanoparticle we have tagged with technetium-99, and then for sentinel lymph node detection, we are hoping that it will work very well. So in that case, we can use the sentinel lymph accuracy will be much higher, and we can using technetium-99, the sensitivity and specificity is also is increased quite a bit. I think it is clinical trial has to start, and then we can tell you maybe within 6 months or so. So I'm not going to the detail of our other work of our molecular imaging as well as theranostic, but the vaccine development is one area which we worked I think 2 years back. And what we did, we have used the polycaprolactone nanoparticle of around 14 kD, and these are around 60 to 100 nanometer in diameter. We have loaded the antigen. We worked with hepatitis B vaccine. The advantage is that this is a system which goes through orally and disseminate in your all lymphatic system. So its antigen presentation very robust. And with a single shot, you can go on stimulating the antigen. In mouse system, we have shown mouse and guinea pig almost 6 months. That means you don't need any booster dose for this. And this oral vaccine platform is also, I think we are getting the permission for clinical trial. This system actually, very recently we are initiated the work to try with the Covaxin. I mean, sorry, not Covaxin, the COVID-19 antigen. And we see that how also whether it can work or not, because antigen presentation capability of this oral vaccine is pretty high. And in this figure, you can see that it goes through to the intestinal villi, to the lymphatic targeted. It can go through these interstitial lymphatics and also go to the inguinal lymph node, mesenteric lymph node, and other lymphoid organ. And we have shown that it can stimulate there for 6 months or so. So quickly to another area which is also quite interesting is your photothermal therapy using nanoparticle. We have published long back that gold nanorod is very useful for localized photothermal therapy, and we have proven that in superficial cancer in the skin can be treated with that. But the problem is that it is highly toxic, so it cannot be used inside the body. So another technology which we developed is that superficial bladder cancer is very difficult to treat that way. So what we did, we have developed this gold nanorod, and they cover it with the alginate, which is the mucoadhesive polymer, and load mitomycin C in those polymer. So if we just raise the temperature around 42 to 43 degrees Celsius, these gold nanorod, because of SPR effect, it produces enough localized heat and that release mitomycin C locally and kill these the superficial bladder cancer cells, which sloughs off in the urine. So this is a totally in vitro kind of application of the technology. We are using gold nanorod, but it is not injected inside the body. I think similarly there are several work with the gold nanosystem. I'm not going to the detail. Then also radiopharmaceutical area has got a huge scope with the application of nanotechnology. And so apart from our lab work, I think couple of things I want to present, which is also have a huge advantage, is that oligonucleotide drug delivery through nanosystem. We develop a system of oral gene delivery, but this is another area where US FDA has already cleared several of these nanosystem based oligonucleotide delivery, but they are not for systemic use, mostly for the eye. Some of these things are under clinical trial for spinal cord injury and so. The major challenge which is coming up to us is that as we are developing the advanced nanosystem, so they doesn't fall in the typical of the pharmaceutical ingredient which you're using in the form of a current practice. So they become more complex. So basically, so nowadays we are using the term of non-biological complex drugs, because sometimes we are using polymer, metal complex. So how to actually push through them is a big challenge. And if you see, there are a lot of these regulatory agencies are already initiated the talk about that, and because these are really, really helpful, and not all of them are very bad. Many of them are pretty safe. They have got a safer window also. So for India also, we have developed these guideline, and I'm one of the active person in the developing this guideline, which is taken up by the drug regulator DCGI, CDSCO, and we hope that very near future the Indian regulators also will be able to clear our nanotechnology as drug and other technology development. So I feel at the end, this is my last slide. So I feel that this is a technology which is a very, very powerful technology. But the problem is that when we develop the technology, when we go through the animal trial and then coming to the clinical trial, see the data collection when we do, we know that there are certain kind of innovation which is definitely risky. So I think we should not move them. So they can put in the red basket. And there are certain innovations which are pretty safe. So they should be put in the green basket. And where we are not sure, the scientists are debating among themselves whether it is risky, non-risky, then uncertainty is there, then we can stop them in the yellow basket. So in that scenario, there are several kind of application for healthcare. I think I have not presented our work on the human elastin-like protein based system, which is a extracellular matrix protein in the nanosystem. So there are a lot of things can be done also in the regenerative medicine, nano-regenerative medicine interface. So the conclusion is that it's a huge potential of application of this technology. Thank you very much. I have got large number of the funding agencies. So all of them, I am grateful to them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Dinda, for a very excellent talk. And as you have rightly said, the nanotechnology is cutting across the technologies in not only in medicine but also on every sphere of life. And see, the oldest nanotechnology platform which we never talked about nanotechnology was the colloidal gold card.
Yeah.
So that time we didn't say nano, though it was nano. And using the same kind of technology now, as you rightly said, there has been explosion of near patient testing. That is, the doctor can test pregnancy at the door. We can look for sickle cell anemia at the door. Many infections and infectious diseases can be tested. Plus, therapeutically, you have showed a huge advance which has been made using nanotechnology, particularly in reducing the toxicity of many of the chemotherapeutics which are used in cancer. and increasing its total action on the cancer cell. Means after they go out of the blood vessel, they stay there for a long period of time. So it is a mind-boggling work you have been doing for us in India. Atmanirbhar Bharat, you are doing so. It is a great thing, and I congratulate you. Robin asked one thing. I started doing one thing almost 10 years back in the area of cardiology, where I labeled spion, that is paramagnetic iron particle with 7E3, that is an antiplatelet antibody, in order to image the image through MRI the various thrombosis. so platelet gets tagged by the spion, and wherever thrombosis happens, platelet go. So this is one of the area I could not develop because in my place I didn't have enough wherewithal to do it. So I did it in animals, and this is the area in which you can image thrombosis in various areas of the body, and of course in various parts of the heart.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, I didn't show it's a difficult work. In fact, some of our failure. Let me tell you. So, but after we mastered the macrophage targeting, I developed a siRNA based delivery system, and for the initial plaque formation, macrophages can be targeted through that. And then we have shown that it in fact arrests the atherosclerosis progression. In fact, it reduces it. The problem came when we, after rat and mouse model, when we tried to go for higher animal, then we realized it's not so easy thing to do.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but then I agree with you that there is a huge scope of the cardiovascular disease also, both for imaging and also the diagnostic front, and as well as in the therapeutic front, the nanotechnology application can be developed. And so it depends upon that what is our very focused area where. So normally what our how do we go about it is that we try to see that what are your solution currently.
No, you are doing work on almost very many areas. So in this small amount of time that you have to present, you have presented, you have packed the data of areas beginning from cancer, beginning from degenerative diseases, diagnostics, therapeutics, imaging. It is really, as Robin said, is a mind-boggling work you are doing. I congratulate you. Keep on doing this. And as I said, help us in the Atmanirbhar Bharat program as our Prime Minister is looking for it. And obviously, nanotechnology will find its use in many places. We have not, actually, we probably will have occasion to talk. So, Robin, we have any other speaker?
Yeah.
So before you go to the other speaker, I have a question for Amit Da. You know, I know Amit Da for many years because we are from the same college and we work together at AIIMS and PGI. So, and also we participated in some project in nanoparticle with Amit Da. So one thing which Professor Ghosh has already mentioned, that this nanotechnology will allow the drugs which we are using currently in much lower dose, and that will reduce the side effects. So Amit Da, we were working on methotrexate delivery for rheumatoid arthritis. And as you know, methotrexate is not only used for rheumatoid arthritis, it is widely used, cancer, autoimmune diseases, diseases of the old age. How much did you progress? Because, we did that project partially together and it showed a very good result. Did you make a patent? Is it coming to the market?
Yeah, so basically I didn't show that data today. So basically we have developed this system pretty well. In fact, we have filed in the process of filing this patent now. And the advantage is that this has got a very specific the high dose targeting of these the inflammatory macrophages, what we have done. And I think we are still, I think, a couple of months we need to work on that, because a little bit of off-target effect we have to minimize. But there is a huge scope in that. So obviously I'll get back to you, because the PhD the student has completed, but I think next phase of work I'm planning to start. And in that, I just want to quickly tell that I'm lucky to get a bioincubator to be set up at All India Institute of Medical Science in near future. And then I think we'll get a great chance to work with the industry interface at All India Institute of
Keep doing that, Amit. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a wonderful, wonderful presentation. I think we are the last speaker of this session, as well as the last speaker of Health Tech 2021, Professor Sriti Kanna Rai Chaudhary. And may I request you to present your talk on this Health Tech meeting, Dr. Sriti Kanna Rai Chaudhary.
Hello.
Yes.
Please. Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So I'll talk on molecular technology, bench to bedside, as all my previous speakers have focused on. I'll be talking mainly on bench to bedside, and with an aim to development of novel therapies for inflammatory diseases. So here is, I'll give a brief description of how the immune-mediated inflammation occurs in autoimmune diseases. The memory T cells, this is a memory in relation to a specific antigen. These are developed in the primary lymphoid organ, and then they, through the blood vessels, they go to the specific target organs, like to skin for psoriasis, to bowel for inflammatory bowel disease, joints for arthritis or spondylitis. And the process of going through the blood vessels to a specific organ is a process called homing mechanism, and this happens through a specific interactions between the blood cells and the endothelial cells. And so here it's in the cartoon, I can show you that like the blood cells go through the endothelial cells by adhesion and go to, in the specific tissues, there are chemotactic factors, and they do a chemotaxis of these cells. And then they go to the tissue, and the specific antigen presenting cells, they attach to these lymphocytes through through TCR, and they also need another stimulation through CD28 antigen on T cells, and then they release a lot of cytokines, different cytokines, chemokines, to make the inflammatory process. So here are some examples of different inflammatory diseases which we are working on. This is psoriasis, and there is a very specific phenomenon called Koebner phenomenon, where at the site of injury they develop this disease. And this person had this is his wristwatch area, and the wristwatch was a stainless steel watch, and we did. The patch test was done, and it was negative, and it was a psoriasis, and this is a very specific phenomenon for psoriasis. This is systemic lupus erythematosus, and this is a rheumatoid arthritis synovial inflammation. And here in the ankylosing spondylitis, you can see the inflammation in the spine. So the paradigm we are working is like the disease process is the cells are adhering and then migrating through to the specific tissues and getting activated and releasing cytokines and causing proliferation, inflammation, and tissue destruction. So we wanted to see whether we can see this as a proof of principle study. And what we did is we used that Koebner phenomenon technology, phenomenon to establish a psoriasis in a psoriatic patient by doing a Scotch tape abrasion. And here, and then we did serial biopsies, first week, second week, third week, fourth week, and then a chronic plaque developed. So here in first week, you can see that there are cells around the blood vessels. And in second week, you can see there are more cells coming. And in third week, they are kind of invading the epidermis. And when they are going to the epidermis and there is the site of activities and the keratinocytes are proliferating and it started protruding, and this depth of the skin is increasing. And here you can see the activities are much more robust, and after a few weeks it becomes a chronic plaque and with this typical psoriatic histopathology. And so if this is what we found out, then how do we stop this process? So that is where we are working to develop a different system to stop this process. So, like as we said, that the T cells plays a very important role in this inflammatory process. So how do we know that like these T cells are going to different tissues and whether they're unique and they have unique characteristics? How do we characterize these living cells and find out their functions? So here is Dr. Len Hartzenberg, who developed this technology called fluorescent activated cell sorters, which is FACS, in short FACS. And he developed this in 1960s. And as you see, the professor is young and the instrument is young too. And it's like a very big instrument. He's covering almost the whole half of a big room. But with time, this technology has improved, and it's now a small instrument. You can put it on a bench top and use it in the field also. So we worked with Dr. Hartzenberg. We were very fortunate to work with him for almost 10 years. Oh, what is happening? So here, I wanted to show you the power of this high dimensional FACS technology, that we can take the blood cells and then find out a living cell from there. I'm not going through the details of this process, but you can find out the living cells, and then you can characterize them using different molecular stains, and then find out the characteristics of these cells. And in inflammation, the cells are activated. So we wanted to see whether they can they express these activation markers, which is HLA-DR, one of the activation marker. And with all these process, we could find out that like these cells are CD3 positive cells and CD4 positive cells. They have HLA-DR marker, which is the activation marker, and they are memory T cells. These are CD45RA and CD11M cells. And in this plot, we are talking about this TRK, which is a nerve growth factor receptor, and we are in the process of developing some treatment focusing on that area. So here, I'm showing. So we found out that characteristics of these cells by the phenotypes, and we wanted to see how they work, whether they're functional or not. And so that for that, these live cells are very important. And here we are showing that like IL-17 expression, which is very important cytokine in the process of inflammation cascade. And we showed here that like these CD4 positive cells, which are memory T cells, and they produce IL-17. So here I just wanted to show you that these IL-17 producing cells, but they also need another stimulus to become as Th17 cells, which produces IL-17. And then they attach to they go to the target tissues and attach to them with this IL-17 receptor, and they produce signals, and different tissues react to that signal differently, like keratinocytes. They produce cytokines, they have inflammation and proliferation and causes psoriatic plaque. And synovial fibroblasts, they cause the proliferation of the synovial cells and produce different cytokines, causes bone destruction, and leading to arthritis. And then endothelial cells. So whenever there is a proliferation, we need food for, so there is angiogenesis. So there is proliferation of the endothelial cells. And they also activate these osteoclasts, which causes bone erosion. So this is a summary slide for how this IL-23 and IL-17 cytokine axis work in autoimmune diseases. So, after we find out the characteristics of these cells, we have our main aim is to develop treatment for these diseases. So, we developed this animal model for psoriasis. We focus on this psoriasis, but this is a skid mouse, which is deficient for T cells and B cells. And so they accept graft quite easily. And what we did is we took a biopsy from the psoriatic lesion from human, and then we transplanted on mouse. And after 3 to 4 weeks, it gets accepted, but it still maintains the features of psoriasis. You can see the swellings and redness. And if we do histopathology, it shows the typical features of psoriasis. And this is an H&E stain. You can see the ICAM, the adhesion molecule, these activation markers on the T cells. And this is the nerve growth factor. We wanted to show you this. That was the work we were. So it maintains all these features of psoriasis, and it maintains up to at least 6 months, which is sufficient time to do tests for drug development or efficacy of a drug in preclinical setting. But this is a very complex because it involves both human and mouse. And as you know, that psoriasis is a human disease. Other diseases you can replicate in mouse, but in animal models, but it's very difficult to replicate that in mouse for the psoriasis. So this is a model. It's kind of humanized mouse now. So here, I just wanted to reiterate that these T cells and antigen-presenting cells, their activation works more for full activities. They need 2 signals. One is this TCR, the T cell receptor, and then the second stimulation is with the co-stimulation with CD28 molecule. And here is with just a cartoon to show you that these 2 American brothers ran with bulls in Spain, and then later they cherished their life and celebration and brotherly bond. And so these 2 horns of, just to describe the 2 horns of these T cells that needs to have a full activity and full effect of it. So, once we developed this animal model, and we wanted to, our main aim is to develop and show whether all these activities, we characterize the T cells so that really works we can show as a proof of concept whether this really works in the drug development process, and it can be used as a treatment. So we worked with this anti-CD28 antibody, which is a humanized Fc silent antibody. and we treated this kid mouse with this drug FR2-55734 for 4 weeks, and then this is before treatment biopsy, and this is, you can see how it improved after the 4 weeks of treatment. So this drug was in developing process. So we also worked on this IL-23, IL-17 pathway to see and developed several drugs, and we have contributed significantly with this drug development of different anti-cytokine antibody, and they are used in psoriasis, psoriatic arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis. So here, this slide I showed you before, that how different steps we can make an antibody or a treatment compound to stop that process. So here we can, this is an IL-12 and this is IL-23. And you can use developed antibodies against these IL-23, which is specific for the IL-23, this E19 portion of it. And this gozalkumab, tildrakizumab, risankizumab, these are the antibodies which can be blocking the IL-20. You can stop the IL-23, that very upstream process. Or this ustekinumab, this actually stops with this P40, which is common for both IL-12 and IL-23. And this secukinumab, ixekizumab, these are inhibiting the IL-17. And this IL-17 receptor inhibitor is brodalumab. And when these T cells and then attached to this target tissue, they do a signal transduction, and that's how all this process starts. And this process can also be stopped. And right now there are tofacitinib and upadacitinib. They stop the use the JAK-STAT pathway, and they stop that process. Angiogenesis is stopped by through RR gamma T cells, and there are many other mTOR inhibitors. So I just wanted to summarize that, like, this is what it takes, that like you find out the mechanism and try to develop something to stop that process at a very specific time point or a very specific step to stop the disease process. And molecular technologies are very much advanced nowadays, and we can use those technologies to develop drugs and go through the process of a safety test in animal model, and then a phase 1, phase 2 study to find out the safety and efficacy of the drug, and then for a bigger clinical trial for human use in clinics. And molecular technologies now is a great help to do those processes. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mrs. Roy Choudhury. You have illuminated a very complex area of both understanding the pathobiology, and from that understanding developing drugs using a combination of facts and an animal model. And I wish you all the success for subsequent final trials in medicine, because we are looking forward to it. And I now invite, if there is any question from the audience or from our faculties, other faculties, if you would you like to ask any question to her.
Any comments from the panelists? Because that is a very elaborative talk. But for me, it was really complex. To be very honest with you, because I do cardiology and but Professor Rai Chaudhuri, your original work is phenomenal and very impressive. That's what I like, and I'm sure that with your contribution as a professor of infectious disease and medical microbiology, as you had your training from All India Institute of Medical Science, followed by United States position, and especially working at both California North State Medical College as well as University of California, Davis as a research worker. But to be very honest, but for me, it is really complex. If some of you can make it simple for me, so that would be really great.
This is Robin, what she is telling. Robin, what? Hello, Robin.
Yes.
What Mrs. Raichaudhuri, what Mrs. Raichaudhuri is telling, that in case of your autoimmune myocarditis, she can isolate by fax the T cells, look into the circuit, and develop medicines. Using that kind of platform, you can look at any autoimmune. She has described on psoriasis and skin patches, but this can be done for any other diseases using a combination of flow sorter, sorting the culprit T cells, seeing what they produce, using them on a skid mice as an animal model to see what kind of therapies will be effective. And finally, you take that therapy directly to phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 clinical trials.
Excellent. In fact, Professor...
Excellent. Thank you.
Professor Raichaudhuri's one slide was very impressive when she talked about the T cell mechanism in the kind of inflammation. I was just thinking about the COVID. Is it possible for you to explain that post-COVID halt, many patients after COVID, they are getting some features like arthralgia, generalized aches and pains. Has it got anything to do with the T cell?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what we are studying, right now. And as you know, it's a multi-system disorder, and these inflammatory cytokines, there is a huge surge of these cytokines, and that causes the multi-system disorders. And especially at the beginning, it was found out in children, even though the children get very few infections, but the rate of these multi-system disorders were much more in the affected children. And then we found out that this prolongs the disease, the after effect of the disease in adult population. And this happens through all these array of cytokines developed, and it just stays on. So that's what we're working on, to find out whether we can, develop something to stop that process.
Oh, excellent. Dr. Dinda, do you think that your nanotechnology can intervene in such complex cytokine disaster in human body?
Yeah, I was listening to Shriti's presentation also. So the one interesting component I think I want to mention, I didn't elaborate. So if you think about precision medicine, so there are now a couple of components in that. What Dr. Shriti has pointed out, that is the molecular target. Exactly, we're identifying where is our target should be, and then we are targeting that. Now that is a target biomarker we are identifying, and we are trying to locate and address that. Now the carrier part, where your precision, the targeting can be aided by nanotechnology. I'll give you example, that is oligonucleotide based therapy, where we are using the nanovector to definitely homing it as those sites where it is needed. I'll give you example, certain situation like there are certain the irreversible liver diseases, even maybe I have not the reviewed, but even maybe cardiac diseases, it may be a little complex. But in liver diseases, people are trying to actually target through the nanoparticle the specific receptors which are expressed highly in the hepatocytes in abnormal situation. say for example in certain kind of hepatitis, and then try to actually reach the molecular level inside the hepatocyte to alter its metabolism or whatever the defect is. So those kind of things, obviously nanotechnology is helping one step ahead of same molecular targeting it is doing, but helping the different biologics or different molecule to reach that specific site.
Excellent.
So obviously combination will be very, very useful.
That sounds really very promising. Taking it further, would you reckon that the CRISPR technology, if that can be brought in to interfere this T-cell and cytokine complexity, do you think the CRISPR technology may have some role for a permanent solution?
Well, that technology is very, very useful technology and advanced technology, and this has been used for, gene editing. So hopefully we should be able to use that to stop it, this whole process at the beginning.
Thank you. Dr. Ghosh, I think we are probably finishing the session. Would you like to conclude?
Yes, we had a great time. We had a great time, and we listened three very different, distinct areas on immunology as it cut across the healthcare and medicine. And I would like to thank all the speakers for their excellent talk, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to be with you at this very important meeting. And of course, my friend, Dr. Robin Chakraborty, for getting me into it. And I thank you, Robin, very much for all the good time I had in this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sort of all the speakers, Professor Shiva Prasad Rai Chaudhary, Professor Amit Dindan, Professor Sritikona Rai Chaudhary, for a phenomenal presentation of molecular imaging, nanotechnology, and molecular technology, and very basics. And that we have to address that probably in the technology meeting, in health tech meeting. Such kind of information are extremely useful. But it is also important to recognize that these technology has to be taken into clinical application so that eventually the patients can be benefited, wellness can be improved, and human life can be much more better from many diseases. With that, I thank everyone, Professor Kanjaksha Ghosh, Professor Shiva Prasad Rai Chaudhary, Professor Amit Dindan, and Professor Sritikona Rai Chaudhary. So we had a great session, and I therefore would like to close the session and request Angana Guha Rai Chaudhary to take over and conclude I conclude the meeting, and she can probably take it further and conclude the Health Tech 2021, the 4th Health Tech conference. Thank you, Professor Ghosh, and thank you all the panelists. Let Angana come and conclude the conference. Angana,
thank you, doctors, and thank you, audience, who are just with us till the end. And this brings us to the conclusion of the 4th edition of Health Tech. We look forward to having your participation in our forthcoming programs. Stay in touch with us, follow us in our social media, and we'll also be in touch with us for our various initiatives in the related areas. Thank you. Closing the 4th edition of the Health Tech today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.